he wasn't, or maybe he was sleeping. I'll see if he's there. I'll say hi to him. He was on the stream yesterday. Really good guy. We had problems hearing him because of this phone, the same phone I'm using now. But hopefully that'll be corrected. Hopefully corrected by tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, it's our bud. He's there. We're back. How you doing? Everything good? How was today? I got down here late. Still good. Oh, geez, crazy. Absolutely amazing. Well, we're just walking around a little bit, but we're going to get started earlier tomorrow, and I'll come back and I'll have another chat with you in the morning. Okay? All right, have a good night. Have a good sleep. Thank you. Awesome, bro. All right. All righty. Fabian Gibbs, thank you so much. Trudeau is an Trudeau is an elected official for the government, which the people, if we want to hurt Trudeau and other officials, boycott Canadian lotteries. That's how you get them. Thank you so much for that. Yes. And of course, more harm is done with planning. Absolutely. You got to hit more accounts. Thanks for that, Fabian. Appreciate that. 1,700 in the chat. We're live on YouTube. The channel name is Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69. Also check out Jeff Lepard. That's my other channel. And Do It All Feeling. Thank you so much. Haha, Carrot. He's killing it. Thank you so much. All right. Early start tomorrow, Zizer. Yep. Yes, absolutely. The only way I'll start later is if I actually find the phone and I'm trying to upload it and update it. That's a different story, but I'm going to set the stream up early. Jeff Stanton, the salt must flow. Stay warm. Thank you so much. Yes, it must. It must. It must. Thanks for that. Big Oyo. Stay strong. Sending love from East Los Angeles. Chicken Trudeau. That's a nice one. Thanks. Hey, you guys are watching. Hey, you know how we both have the same views. North or south of the border. The leaders, yeah. How about those leaders? Crazy, crazy times. Thanks, Garrett. Thumbs it up, thumbs it up. Share it out. Live on YouTube, Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69. Thank you so much. And turn the notification bell on so that when I'm live tomorrow, you can join the chat. And we'll have a good time here. Carl Epson, the #1 sales guy in my company. Carl Epson, cheers. Ottawa resident, but living in Toronto. Carl Epson, how you doing? Hope to see you out here this weekend. Cheers. Carl Epson in the building. Cheers. Dave May Films. Thanks for the $4.99. Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for the support. Couple pickup trucks, they're still going at it there. Still a noisier part, but yeah, on Kent Street it was a little bit quieter. And big ups, Jeff. Thank you. Global FM Phil in the house. Thanks, Karen. Yes, like the stream. Hit the like, guys. Oh, yes. I'm not even looking at the numbers, SR. I'm not even paying attention to the numbers. How's the subscribers on the channel? Almost 18. We got 1,800 in the chat. For everybody that's restreaming this out, I know Cowboys Mosh said it's a couple new people are restreaming this. Cheers to you guys. Cheers to host and the followers of those hosts. Thank you so much. Continue watching your host. But when you're done, pop on over to Travel Fund 69 and support me as well. Just all you got to do is subscribe and turn that notification bell on. And we got a family, a good community here on Travel Fund 69, live on YouTube. Cheers. All right, let's walk a bit more down here. Let's see what's happening. No, I think he passed me maybe over an hour ago, but he walked so fast past me. I think it was him, but I didn't get a chance to stop him though.
Anything interesting today? How's the night different tonight?
I got here late tonight. I came from Toronto. I had to go back last night. But yeah, we'll see. I'm going to start early tomorrow. Seems to be quieter on Kent Street now, probably because it's more residential. But yeah, everything seems to be still peaceful. Everything's good. Yep. Yeah. Everything's good.
A little bit different how the media portrays.
Absolutely. That's the channel, Travel Fund 69. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. Bear with me one sec. Antarctica refrigeration. Thank you for that 35 Canadian. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. We got, and also Lone Wolf, Annie, the $9.99 Antarctica. 35 Lone Wolf, $9.99. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Jeez, thanks so much. Kay Adams in the building. Yes, I'm back. I'm forcing my voice. Oh, you should have heard me today. It's horrible. 1850. 1,850 people in the chat. You're watching Travel Fund 69. We're live on YouTube.
We're live
Subscribe. Cheers. Cheers, guys. And do share me out, subscribe, turn the notification bell on. We're live downtown Ottawa on this Tuesday night. Actually, it's Wednesday early morning now. Actually, almost. No, sorry. It's only 11:30. It's still Tuesday night. That's how we do it. Tuesday night, we're still live. Jeff Stanton back in the house again. Watch Salty Cracker. Oh, nice. On YouTube, Salty Cracker. The salt must flow. Nice. Thanks for that, Jeff Stanton. Appreciate that. Steven in the building. Cheers from Chicago. Wow. I was in Chicago about 3-4 years ago. Nice little drive. I had a wonderful time. They had that street party opened up. I forgot the name of that. Downtown Chicago, the whole festival. It was fun. A lot of live bands. Can't wait to go back there. Cheers from Chicago. Love the enthusiasm. There are more of us than there are of them. Cheers to freedom, love, and live life. Thank you so much. Wonderful message. Very wonderful message there. And cheers from Chicago. Awesome. All right, let's keep it going down here. There's I did get news. So I'm from Toronto, and I did see that. I did see that there's going to be a convoy downtown Toronto this Saturday, but I think I'm going to be in Ottawa on Saturday. But in any event, I can cover if I'm not, I can cover that on Saturday if I'm back. If not, I'm going to be here, or I can cover both. But more than likely, I'm going to be in Ottawa. I'll have to plan things out, but we're here. We're here. 1853 in the chat. Share me out. My name's Jeff Lepard. I'm your host, live on the YouTube channel. Hey, bro. Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69. Subscribe, bash the bell, and turn the notifications on for all upcoming videos. Salute to you guys. How you doing? Great support. Thank you, guys. Still a little bit of a party action down here. Sean McDuff, Manitoba support. Hey, man, was it cold there? It was cold there last week. Winnipeg, Manitoba. I just came from there visiting my brother. It was cold. Man, you guys get minus 40 degrees in Manitoba. Cheers to the support. Thank you. Carol Roy, thanks for the $2. Thank you. 1,950 people in the chat. Travel Fun 69 is the YouTube channel. Enjoy. We got the tunes happening here. Awesome little setup. Good setup we got here. Yeah. Lone Wolf Annie. Still, any tractors there? Oh, farm tractors. Ah, yes, I did see them. The tractors were just behind me yesterday, remember? I know they're here. I don't know where they are. I know they're here today. I'm not sure where they are. Our rig's still backed up across the bridges. There is some backup. The police kind of got them under control. They're parked in parking lots. I'll try to show it if I can get there. Thanks for freezing for us, Salty Army. My pleasure. Thank you so much. Freedom. Absolutely. Vietnam. Vets rock. Vietnam Vets rock. Been out of pocket. Out of pocket. Where's all the trucks? Keep up the great work. Chandler, Texas, stands with you. Big ups, Texas. Man, I would love some of that warm Texas weather right about now. But we're Canadians, and you know, we're used to the cold. We hate it, but we're used to it. Did Kevin call it? I'm not sure. I'd have to check if he's still live. If he's not live, then he called it. We'll see. Almost 2,000 in the chat. I can take a quick look to see if he is live. Let's see if he's still going. He just ended 15 minutes ago. So I think Kevin went back. He called it for the night. Yeah, he went back. Yeah, cheers. Oh yeah, just wondering if he was with me. Yep. Reveal report. I see him. Hey, what's up, brother? I'm live right now. I'm downtown Ottawa. 2000 in the chat. Big ups live right now on Travel Fun 69. That's funny. Walk down and see what's on the other side. So only seems to be a little bit of action in a few places. It is the weekday, but it is huge ups. It's big ups and it's huge ups. Jason, thanks so much. Salty Army, stand with the Maple Leafs. Cheers for that. Thank you. Oh, I missed that other one there too. Steve, happy to see something real is happening besides talk. Yes, that's correct. There we go. RC Field, thank you for standing up to segregation and degrading the mandates. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Salute to you. Thanks, Jasmine. Great job. I only have cards. Oh, 11.5K. Yes, do sub me up. Subscribe. Turn that notification bell on for the upcoming live streams and videos for the coverage of Ottawa and everywhere else and all the streams we do. Travel Fun 69, we're live on location. Salute to you. JJ, JR. From Portland, Andy. Yes. Big ups, Portland, Andy. Good guy. And cheers. If he's restreaming, that's cool. Cheers. I watch him usually after my stream or before. Big ups, Portland, Andy. Cheers. Thank you, JJ, JR. Thank you. $19.40 in the chat. Travel Fun 69. We're keeping it going for as long as we can until you guys get bored or you want to call it a night. We're live for 2.5 hours. I still got some energy. We'll still go for some walk. Salute, guys. Travel Fun 69. Jared, proud of Jeff. Thank you so much. Nomad Mike's still in the building. Cody, I see you. Cheers. Yeah, the microphone's horrible. The microphone's horrible on this phone. That's why I'm going to get a new phone. I'm going to get another new phone. So don't worry about that. I will fix that. Not to worry. Not to worry. I'll fix that. Joe, cheers. Here's another 5. Appreciative donation from Portland Andy. Oh, appreciates you being on the ground and his channel appreciates it as well. Hey, cheers, everybody watching. Portland Andy, thank you so much. Hey, great guy. He's got lots of good streams up there. Awesome coverage. Make sure you sub him up too, Portland Andy. And after you're done watching Portland Andy, you can support too, Jeff Lepard. The YouTube channel is Travel Fun 69. And thanks for that, Joe. Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, big ups for you, man. Big ups. Big ups, big ups. Awesome. Cheers from Arizona. Sean, cheers from Arizona. Cheers for you. Thank you. Wow, you got some nice weather down there. Ronnie, yo, Travel Fun 69. Shout out from Portland Andy Group. Wow. Big ups, Portland Andy. Ronnie, thank you so much. Cheers, Portland Andy. Thanks for the boots on the ground. Sending love. Thank you. And it is boots on the ground. I know you like that. It is boots on the ground. Actually, salty boots. Salty boots on the ground. That's salty boots on the ground. Big ups, Portland Andy. Much respect. Thanks for the support. Sub up, Portland Andy, too. Thank you so much. Cheers. Dave Bay Films, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. Cheers from Arizona again. We're doing a shout out portion in the chat now. Cheers. Yeah, we're live on YouTube right now. How you doing? Nice. I'm okay for now. I'm okay for now. Cheers. No, I'm okay for now. I'll do it after. I'm gonna do a beer after. There's the channel. Channel Fun 69. Appreciate it. Yeah. I should have some more in there. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Oh yes, nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Awesome, guys. Cheers from Arizona again, Sean. Yes, Sean. Cheers from Arizona. Thank you so much. Man, I'm jealous of your weather down there. That's for sure. A little bit of a dance party down here. We get the music playing. Fabian Gibbs. Justin is kind of not just. He's against Canadians boycott all lotteries. Yes. Don't buy big pharma products. Jabbed, but Quebec mandates. Yes. Thanks for the message. Thanks for the super chat. Trying to catch up here. Joe Collins, big up from Portland Andy. Portland Andy's killing it. Cheers, the Portland Andy Army. Kiss in the building. Keep on trucking from Texas, baby. Cheers, man. Portland Andy, big ups. He's making it rain. I'm gonna get you back, Portland Andy. Hey, James Love from the Hammer. Cheers. Man, big ups. Portland Andy, Ultraman. I'm gonna lose my voice tonight, Portland Andy. All right, Ultraman, Portland Andy's Army, Mega Army. I'm under attack. Portland Andy's Hot Dog Hero and Gummy Gang. Thank you. Cheers. Sub up to Portland Andy. You guys that don't already have Portland Andy, good guy. Met him last week on the stream. Good dude, man. Portland Andy loves you. He's going to bathe in maple syrup. Hey, is it fresh farm maple syrup? That stuff's the best, not the stuff you buy in the store. I'll see if I can get some. I'll send some down there. It's the best stuff you can get, man. Cheers. Eclipse, Portland Andy's Army. Travel Fun 69 is under attack. As we take a break and read the super chats, Dave May Films, thank you so much. Thanks for that. From Tattoo Montreal.ca, Arcady, thank you for the 20. Arcady, thank you so much for the 20. Thanks everybody that's sharing this out on the streets. I really appreciate it. And a huge shout out to Portland Andy, him and his crew. Killing it. Cheers from the Portland Andy chat. Thank you for being there. Let's go. Oh, he's having a good time. I'm going to have to rewatch this on Portland Andy. I'm going to laugh at myself. This is awesome. Portland Andy, it's probably got me queued up on the mic. My voice is going. I'm having a good time here. Thank you. Hey, I'm gonna get you back there, sir. Portland Andy, Lorex, and Dr. Brownie sent us boots on the ground, Travel Fund 69, bringing the world the real news, the boots on the ground, the salty boots on the ground. Cheers. Getting attacked by Portland Andy, guys. I mean, sure, sub up to Travel Fund 69 and also sub up to your boy Portland Andy. You're live watching Portland Andy and you're also watching Travel Fund 69. And cheers to the Portland Andy family. Watching you, yes. Portland Andy, thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. Kelly, cheers, thanks up. Portland Andy's crew. Wow, you guys are killing me here. Trying to catch up. Jeez. Mr. Robot, cheers. From the Hot Dog Heroes in Portland Andy. Chat. Please support truckers. Keep going, guys. The world is watching. Shout out Portland Andy. Mr. Robot, thank you so much. Cheers to everybody. I really appreciate that. Wow. I tell you, I don't know where my voice is going after this. Ken, thanks for the content. Never stop. Much love from Michigan. Cheers, Portland Andy. All right, I just speed up here. Portland Andy, man. I'm going to get you back, sir. I don't have an army like you, but we'll make it rain too. Ryan K, Portland Andy, let's go, Brandon. Holy frick, sub up Portland Andy. As your host, Jeff Lepard, Travel Fund 69, I'm losing my voice. The Cubecast, we need some of that Canadian poutine here. Actually had some of that tonight. Poutine here in Denver. Portland Andy Army. Supports you guys. Thank you so much. Guys, you're killing me. Holy shit. Tiffany, cheers. Sending the love from New Zealand. Wonderful place. I would love to visit that place. Man, Australia, New Zealand, all those places I'd love to visit. Australia is a little bit of a mess right now. Tiffany, thank you so much for the super chat. Big ups to the Portland Andy crew, everybody in the building. Portland Andy, better than Fox News, absolutely. Take a moment, subscribe to Portland Andy. 1,650 people in the chat right now. You're watching Travel Fund 69 live on the YouTube platform. Big ups to Portland Andy streaming this right now. We're having a little fun right now. Cheryl, watching from Australia. Keep it going, bro. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Okay, Jeff, take it easy here. Get my breath. All right, we're trying to catch up. We're trying to catch up. Cheers, everybody. Rasmus's probably laughing at me. I'm losing my voice. Oh, shoot. I can't even walk because I'm still trying to catch up to the super chats. You guys got me frozen in time here. Moss still in the building. Global FM still in the building. John Collins, Portland Andy Army, baby, let's go. Awesome, done. Oh man, you guys are killing me. For the new phone kitty, Info Speed, New York City, thank you so much. Oh man, we got the hot dogs all in the chat going crazy. The hot dog crew. Portland Andy, man. Cheers. From Portland Andy gang, 20 spot. T watching. Everybody's looking at me like I'm yelling at my phone. From Portland Andy gang, T-Lot, thank you so much. The boots on the ground. The boots on the ground. Cheers. Andy, Portland Andy. He's live. I'm live. Check out Portland Andy's stream. And we're live on Channel 569 YouTube channel. Much love from the Portland Andy gang, crew, support, everybody going on. Portland Andy strikes again. Holy frick, you're killing me. Portland Andy, your army is killing me. So much for my voice. That's okay. Lozenges, holes, lozenges, holes. We'll fix that up real quick. Oh, man. Carolina F, Portland Andy Army. Thank you for being boots on the ground. Keep up the great work. Andy lost lots. Do you have, lots of lizards? Is that lizards? Do you have no lizards here? Andy's hot dog army. Cheers. Holy frick. Oh, we're enjoying the music while I'm yelling. Holy frick. Oh, we're going crazy, man. Oh, gee. Portland Andy, better than Fox News. Yes. Shove up to Portland Andy. Cheers for that. You're on, yeah, we have another, like a raid from another channel, Portland Andy. Dank Tech, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Holy frick. Absolutely, brother. Man, I'm trying to scroll. I can't scroll fast enough. You're slow down. Portland Andy, slow down. Oh, God. All right, let me take a deep breath. Oh, man. You're killing me, Portland Andy. You guys are having a laugh over there. All right. Daddy Bucky. I can't even talk. Greetings from Pasadena, California via Portland Andy's. 1,300 people on Portland Andy's supporting and watching Travel Fun 69 right now. We're doing oh man, a bro to bro thing here. This is absolutely crazy. Lincoln Crane from Portland Andy's Hot Dog Heroes. Let's go. We support our freedom truckers. Lincoln, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Toronto, Ontario. Just down here, it's just filming, eyes on the ground for everybody. Oh yeah, that's right. One sec, we catch up. These guys we got a couple channels watching. Another big channel, Portland Andy, is watching in the building. They're watching through my YouTube channel. Cheers, guys. Watching Travel Fun 69. All my viewers and all of Portland Andy's viewers. And I'm getting a real good workout for my voice. Man, you guys are killing me. John Collins. Portland, this is the new phone, but the audio's horrible. I'm gonna get a new phone again. So I'm on the lookout for another new phone. I got some homework to do tomorrow. John Collins, Portland Andy Army from Texas with love. Tell Turdo, come and take it. Cheers. Holy frick. Oh my gosh, you guys are killing me. I gotta catch up. Cheers, everybody. 1620 in the house. Live Travel Fun 69. We are live in Ottawa, and we're watching Portland Andy's as well. Ray E, keep up the good work. Shout out to you and Portland Andy. There we go. Reed E, thank you so much. Lots of shout outs. Holy frick, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, man. We definitely got a workout for my vocal cords tonight. D Bird, Portland Andy gang. Don't worry, we'll get walking soon. You guys, awesome, man. You guys, man, your army is unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a massive supporting army. The Hot Dog Gang, Portland Andy, the massive gang. Kelly, support our truckers. Travel Fun, you're amazing. You're amazing. Portland Andy. Kelly again. Holy frick, thank you so much. Thanks. Oh, I'm okay. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Cool. They would love it though. Thanks. Kelly, thank you. Support our truckers. Yes, thank you so much. Big ups Portland Andy. If you're not subscribed to Portland Andy, holy frick, then make sure you do. Oh gosh, Cowboy Mosh, you're laughing too, man. Keep this train going. Let's lose his voice. Oh my, I'm gonna be doing sign language, Mosh. I'll be doing sign language tomorrow. Oh my God. All right. Sorry guys, missing everything else. Global FM, cheers. Sub up Global FM, cheers. God. Oh my God. Texas Salty Mama, thanks for the 2. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. As my finger's scrolling, I must be behind. Oh my God, I am too. Portland Andy is the man. Yes, he is. Jake, bro, do you have an army? We need a French minority. Let's go. Jake, holy frick. I don't have an army like Portland Andy. Holy frick. I got a small army, but wow. We're going to have to see what I can do about that. Jake, holy frick. Cheers. Wow, I got to get that. Man, the army is strong tonight in the building. Cheers on Travel Fun 69 YouTube channel. And big ups. We got this stream and Portland Andy is watching. Wow, I might have to go a little quicker here. We're in trouble. Hey James, hand warmers in those salty boots. Thanks for the boots on the ground. Thank you so much. Go Riders. Awesome. Nick, thank you so much. Freedom lies in being bold. We're with you, brothers. Portland Andy Army. Of course, it's Portland Andy Army. You're killing me. Big ups, Portland Andy. Oh my God, I'm dying. You guys are killing me here. I love Portland Andy. Long time now. I love you. Cheers. June, thank you so much for that. Big ups, Portland Andy. I will catch up to you. I promise. I will. Let's try to get through it. Here's some cash for your self mic. You don't have to shout cheers. Actually, that's true. I'm only shouting because my voice is a little messed up. To the new phone. I'll get the new phone. Cheers, Mike. Cheers. Holy frick. Ian Michaels, thank you so much. Thank you, Portland Andy. These are great people. Let's go. Andy, thank you. Stay warm. Thank you so much. Andy L, thank you so much for that. Live. Almost 1,700 in the chat. Live on Travel Fun 69. Live on the ground in Ottawa. And we're watching through Portland Andy. The Lorix, Portland Andy wears teal panties, but we think he's cool. Mr. Robot, this is what's called Portland Andy Donation Blizzard. Best to just let it ride. Stay strong, boys. We got your back, Portland Andy, all day, every day. Cheers, Mr. Robot. Holy frigs. Scotty. Is there any? Can we just take a break for my voice? Holy frick! Don't tell Andy, but I ate one of his fish. Oh shit! Oh God, you're killing me. Oh my God, 50. Oh God. Lee won. Go Truckers, go. Love from the host of Portland, Andy. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are killing me. What the hell's going on here, man? Oh gosh. Cheers. Portland Andy. What are you doing to me, man? What are you doing? Portland Andy's Army. Go give a trucker a high five for Portland Andy. Oh, and all of Texas, baby. Holy frig. Absolutely. Cheers. Subscribe. Portland Andy live on YouTube platform. Cheers. Lori, God bless you all. Thanks, Portland Andy. All right. How far behind are we? Big O yo. Go get some hot tea at Tim Hortons. Yes, I will. You need to take I love East Los Angeles. Power events, absolutely. Oh my God, I'm dying. Thank you so much. Cheers. Dirty Natasha back in the building from yesterday. How you doing? You know sign language too? No, actually I don't. Damn. What a man. Sign language. Cheers. You're watching Jeff Lepard live. Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69. Hey Mosh, I think what I have to do, obviously I can't do it now. I'll have to make one of those promo reels for Portland Andy. I'll get Kevin to do it. He's deserved it. I'll get something made for Portland Andy very soon. Cheers. Thanks, Mosh. Oh gosh. All right. Shout out from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma to Travel Fun. You're shooking with the big dogs in the hot dog army now. You earned it, bud. Thank you so much. Hey, that's great. I'm your eyes on the ground. Having a good time here. Cheers. Rato, thank you so much. As we're doing this little dance party here, we'll still go for a walk. We're keeping it going. Almost 1,600 in the chat. Live on Travel Fun 69. And all the other restreamers here that are doing this. Thanks. Thank your host for doing it. And massive shout out, of course, to Portland Andy. He's got this on the screen. Man, you guys are laughing. Hey, you know what? We're here for a serious reason. But if you can't have fun, we gotta have some laughs and we gotta have fun along the way. Cheers. Sacramento, foot long. Yes, it is foot long. All right, we're catching up. We're catching up. I feel that we're catching up. Cheers to Portland Andy, says Sky Sailor. Watching you from California. Keep up the amazing energy. We're all in this together. God bless, my friend. Thank you so much. Massive, massive, massive ups, Portland Andy. Oh man, we're gonna have some fun with this. I will get you back. I don't know. I don't have an army. I have a small army, but I'll have to be the mega army. Cheers. Cole DX, the world supports you guys. Much love. From who? From Portland Andy. And the USA. From Portland Andy. Take a moment, subscribe to Portland Andy and bash that notification bell for Portland Andy. And if you want to, you could subscribe to me too. Man, Portland Andy, you're killing this, man. Hey, this isn't Travel Fun. This is the Portland Andy show now. You're watching Jeff Lepard on Portland Andy. Kevin, cheers. Big grip. Wall propane and yes, I can't even read now. See that? Let's go, Truckers.
Hi.
Cheers.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not too good.
That's okay. Awesome, brother. Thanks for the support, sir.
Crazy Ottawa.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good, sir. Awesome. All good. Oh my God. Awesome. By the way, guys, give me a warning. I remember I got to change the power bank. I'll do that in 2 minutes. Awesome. We're still good. We're still good. All right, so one power bank is down. We got 2 more to go. Holy shit. Jay, yeah. Here is for new phone, bud. Tab so much for the coverage. Oh, thanks. And from Portland Andy Army. Holy frig. Oh my God. That is wow. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. That is absolutely crazy. Check your battery. Yes, Cowboys Mosh. It is starting to drain. I forgot to plug in the other power bank. Yes, I will. Rhapsody, lots of love. United we rise. Thank you so much for that. I will plug that in a second. John, Portland Andy. Cheers, man. Big ups, John. We're live. Not only on Travel Fun 69, we're also live on Portland Andy. Cheers, and do sub him up as well. Puka 3, honk honk. The hot dog army. The hot dog army. Holy frig. All right, let's see if we can scroll through here. VIT, Portland Andy Wizard. Multiplex live streaming. It is. That's exactly what it is. I'm on the ground, but sharing is caring. Not only Travel Fun 69, but Portland Andy. My name is Jeff Lepard. I'm your host. And Portland Andy's your host. You'll never catch up. Oh, yes, I will. Oh, yes, I will. If I speed it up. Falafel, Raptor, honk honk. There are lots of hot dogs for your friends. Yes, oh my God. Portland Andy. Killing it, killing it, killing it. Ryan. So much for my voice. Please show the people support they have. Yes, they have absolutely. I'm trying to read it up. We're double streaming. It's crazy.
Did you notice, as in rough shape as that man is,
Yeah.
he is the most giving?
He absolutely is. He absolutely is trying to share everything. And that's awesome.
You too.
Awesome. Big ups, you too. Cheers, Portland Andy. He's restreaming us too as well. Big ups, everybody. Lone Wolf Andy. Lone Wolf Andy says, Salty Army and Portland and Andy Army all here. Jeff, welcome. To Salty.
Look, he's doing
Thanks.
it again.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. All right. There you go. Thanks for helping us find each other. Andy says he's sharing the love with you. MSN Lies. It says we are deplorable fringe minority.
Travel Guy 69.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
69.
Thanks so much, sir.
Oh.
Thanks. All right, let's try to catch up. I think we're catching up, Moss. Maybe. Will Carrot. Oh, my God. Will Carrot carrying it. Killing it. Keep fighting. Portland Andy sent me. Love from Will in Nashville, Tennessee. Hot dog heroes. Man, you guys are killing it. You guys are killing it. Portland Andy, Jeff Lepard live on Travel Fun 69 and Portland Andy. Texas prayers, Lord, help him safe. Big ups. See if I can wipe the screen. Oops. Hand. Let your presence guide me. Bring me a smile. Take care of my family while I'm away. Make them know I miss them each and every day. Cheers. Thanks for that. So much. Thank you so much. Show us around instead of showing Super Cat. Yes, yes, yes. I'll start walking this way and then back around. All right, guess what? I think we caught up. All right, so we caught up. I'm gonna plug the phone in a second. We're live, Jeff Lepard and Portland Andy. We're both live. You're watching Travel Fun 69 and you're watching Portland Andy. Canadian and Texas, hold the line. Yes. All right, so let me just plug this in. Cheers. Let me find a spot to put my All right. We're just going to switch power banks, and I will be ready to go in 2 seconds. So here's the new power bank. It's dead. So let's put this one away. And we got another one ready to go momentarily. Cheers. As soon as I can dig it out of my pocket. All right, here we go. All right. More power, more power. Got to get more power. Here we go. Cheers. Jeff Lepard on Travel Fund 69. Sub me up, bash the bell, turn that notification on, and we are live on Portland Andy on YouTube. Do subscribe to him as well. Man, you killed it tonight. You're killing me. So much for my voice. And yeah, I'm going to get you back there, sir. I'll get you back. Okay, here we go. Let's plug this one in. And I think we are good. We should be good. All right. We're good. Let's get moving. Cheers, everybody. To all the to all the super chatters tonight. It's always not necessary, but it definitely is very much appreciative. And man, huge, massive. I can't even keep track of what the heck happened just there. Portland Andy's crew, hot dog crew, massive mega army just attacked us in a good way. And subscribe to Portland Andy YouTube channel as well as Travel Fund 69. And it's a pleasure to be boots on the ground for you, sir. Thank you so much. Dude, I owe you, can't even count how many beers or drinks I'm going to owe you. But yeah, it's going to be good times. David Riggs, steer me clear of danger. As I drive these miles alone, I put my hands in yours. Lord, keep me safe. Get me home from all of us truckers here in Washington State. Let's go, truckers. Let's go, truckers. Awesome message. Absolutely good prayer from Washington State. Let's go, truckers. Awesome message. Very wonderful message to that. Thank you so much. Give us battery check in your trademark. Cheers. Jeff Stanton. Yeah, we are good. I think we got power. The phone, I think we got power. I'm not too sure. Let's see if this is going. All right, yeah, we're good. Nice. Vivek. Love from India. Stay strong. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Just because Portland Andy supports you. Kelly. Cheers, big ass Portland Andy. We're live on the ground. I think you want to see some action too. As long as we're having some fun too. But yeah, I'm keeping it going. Maddie Forever 27 is in the building too. Cheers. Oh, yes. Maddie, yes, support Portland Andy. Make a shout out. Maddie's cool. Oh, thank you so much, man. Oh, awesome, man. And I'll be here tomorrow. Spreading the love, spreading the word. All right, man. Talk to you tomorrow, brother. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you, brother. Cheers. This is what it's about. Hey, we're going to make a lot of new friends down here. Hey, made a good friend. Portland Andy, too. Sub them up. Turn that notification bell for Portland Andy. Good dude, man. Good dude. He found me when I was on the bridge, streaming in Pickering. And yeah, he was showing the content. And the crew came over, notified me, let me know that I was live on his channel, and much respect. And I subscribed to him. And yeah, it's been good times. Cheers. 1,550 people in the chat, live on Travel Fun 69. Bash that bell, subscribe, turn notifications on. Won't miss any live streams or upcoming videos, and also being streamed through other platforms. And big ups to those hosts as well, and everybody watching. And Portland Andy, Portland Andy's army, the crew. Damn. Everybody, what a powerful army you got, man. Holy freak. Unreal, unreal. I'll spread the love back to you, sir. Goes around, comes around for sure. Thank you. And let me know if there's anything you need me to show or where I have to go. If there's something you want me to stream, just obviously you're showing it out. And if any of your viewers want to see anything, that kind of thing, I can, if I'm boots on the ground, then I would try to show that content for you. All right. Gregoire, you're killing it tonight, brother. So happy for you. Keep it up. I'm just worried about your voice. I should be okay, I hope. Fingers crossed. The Portland Andy crew, actually my voice was worse before, but wow. I mean, wow. I had to talk. Was that like 30 minutes or 40 minutes nonstop? So that, by the way, that commercial break was brought to you by Portland Andy. Sub up to Portland Andy live on YouTube, and subscribe, bash that bell for his notifications for all of his upcoming videos. And yeah, don't miss a live stream from him. And cheers, Portland Andy. Travel Fun 69, dual team tonight. Newcomb, cheers. Andy sent me. Let's do a little 10-second commercial break for all the super chatters, courtesy of Portland Andy, the Hot Dog Army, the Army, everybody. Cheers. Cheers. Live in Ottawa, Travel Fun 69, Portland Andy, boots on the ground. It's 12:18 a.m., technically Wednesday morning. We're doing a, late night, early morning walk. I still call it late night because we haven't slept yet. They're definitely keep it warm. Wow, that's a wonderful fire they got going on. Look at that nice fire. Wow, that's awesome. Cheers. All right. Wolfgang. Add Astra per Astra. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Missed that. Socialist, don't keep fighting mandates for this world. Panic. Over. Yes. The common cold. Yes. Correct. The whole world shouldn't have gone into the state that it is in. That's actually a fact. That's very true. SR, how you doing? Holy frig, all my people, everybody in the chat, cheers. Lisa M. Obviously, I've missed the chat for the past hour. Holy frig. Come on now, Dirty Natasha. What are you doing? Here's some extra for some cough drops. Frig, I don't even know why I need this damn hat. Oh, God, some fresh air. It's getting hot in here. All right. Here's some extra for some cough drops. Thanks for being there. You have the best coverage going. I'm just doing the best I can. Cheers. Thank you so much. Dirty Natasha in the building still. Cheers. Thank you so much. Big ups. All right. Oh, fresh air on my head. My bald head that I shave every day. Thanks. Thanks, Natasha. So earlier here, this is where all the truckers were going pretty crazy with the noise. But a little bit calmer down now. Still a lot of people out, but it's easing down. Looks like they're setting up, moving some stuff around, probably for tomorrow. This is the crane that cranes the Canadian flag up in the air. I have some drone footage of that coming. I flew the drone around this crane, circulating around the flag, showing the the view from up above. That drone footage is coming, hopefully ready by tomorrow. I bet you Kevin's probably working on it right now. It probably is. Cheers. I gotta find somewhere to put my hat. Holy frig. There we go. Put it in my pocket here. We're good. All right. So we are 1,560 people in the chat, currently live downtown Ottawa for the Truckers Freedom Convoy 2022, live on Travel Fund 69. I'm your host, Jeff Lepard. Sub me up, subscribe, bash the bell. To all the restreamers, big ups. We're live, Travel Fund 69, and we're live. Portland Andy. Cheers to Portland Andy. Big ups to the Army, to Portland Andy, to his friends, to everybody. Cheers, man. Hey, sharing is caring, and together we're spreading the word out, and we are the real media. Cheers. Sue, dual citizen here from Colorado. So proud of my Canada. We patriotic, loving Americans stand with the truckers. Stand with the truckers. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate that so much. Not necessary, very much appreciated. Thank you. Maddie Forever 27 still in the building. Good friend, good supporter. She's in Malaysia, working hard there. Cheers, everybody. 2 night owls in the building. Still, I see you there. As I try to read the chat. All right, so yeah, I was just saying, if you're just tuning in, well, if you're just tuning in now, rewind it about 45 minutes ago. Big ups Portland Andy sending the Army. They sent the Army after me. And if you're wondering, Jeff, what happened to your voice? Well, scroll back about 45 minutes, and that's what happened. Oh, my God. Cheers, Portland Andy, live on YouTube. I hope you guys are having a laugh. I'm going to have to rewatch it, Portland Andy. I want to see how it looks on your platform. Oh, man. We're here delivering a message, but not without having fun and a few laughs. Cheers. Subscribe, Portland Andy. Cheers. Thank you so much. Maddie Forever dropping the link. I haven't been catching all the chat. I think probably Mosh or someone, Maddie, have we dropped the link for Portland Andy? Has this link been dropped? I hope so. If not, can someone drop Portland Andy's link in the chat? You probably have, but I'm just checking because I obviously wasn't able to read. Nice, thanks, Maddie. Yeah, drop Portland Andy's link in the chat. Thank you so much. I need to sleep, Lisa M. Yeah, I will soon. I will. I still got lots of energy, but it's just my voice. Just my voice. I'm good. It's just my voice. Ozzy's getting doused right now. You and truckers, be careful. Need milk for tear gas. Yes. Are you serious? Yeah. Man, Australia is having a difficult time over there, right? Holy frick. Man, I really feel for you Aussies, man. I love Aussies, are great people, but it's a wreck over there. It's crazy. Truth Pigeon, really? Holy frick. Sizers, yeah, I know, right? Portland Andy, thank you so much for that. Maddie, thanks for dropping the link. Portland Andy, live on YouTube. Portland Andy, take a moment, check him out, subscribe, mash that bell, turn his notifications on for all of his upcoming live streams and videos. And check him out, good people over there. Big ups, Portland Andy. There's his link. Sharing is caring. And hey, welcome to Travel Fun 69. And as we say, you can ring my bell too. Turn that notification on and subscribe. Thank you so much. Found him for, oh, awesome. Australian streamers. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually don't know too many live streamers in Australia. That's a good point there, Carrot. Yeah, if anybody knows anything, feel free to drop that link. Absolutely. Thanks, Maddie. Big ups. Jeff is up. There we go. Oh, please chat with these people who's organized. Okay, yeah. Sorry, you mean the event? I actually have some information on that on my other phone, so I'll have more info on that, and I'll see if I can set something up. I know tomorrow there's some speakers coming from Toronto. We'll see what we can do. And depending on the topics, I may or may not be able to show on YouTube because, you know, we all know what YouTube does if you show some of the speeches. But we'll see what we can do about that. Cheers. Awesome, Maddie. She's killing it. Sub up, Portland Andy. I hope a bunch of my people, a lot of my people, all of my people. Sub up, Portland Andy. Thank you so much. 1,600 in the chat. We're still live. On the ground in Ottawa. Thank you so much, guys. Oh yeah, Mr. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, they're moving the crane. That was the crane that had the flag on it, right? I'm not too sure. Probably setting up for tomorrow, maybe. I'm not too sure why, but probably setting up for tomorrow. Whatever's happening. Cheers. KG, how long am I staying? I don't know. I'll let you guys kind of vote. I know you guys are great, man. Like, you guys care about my well-being. So I'm still feeling good. I don't sound good. I'm not sick, but I'm reading too many super chats. Actually, my voice is gone from screaming at the phone. But you know, it's all good. I still got more energy, but we can keep it going. I can go for a little walk. It's a little bit quieter down there. But really, it's up to you guys what you guys want to see. It is currently 12:30 a.m. Where's Vin? Hey, Paisano, how you doing? Giving away too much ground? Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, once you give it away, you can't get it back. That's correct. Cowboys Mosh. Could have been like Portland Andy, but I'm Mike Mosh in Orlando. Cheers. Mike Mosh is part of my army. He's a good dude. Matt is part of my army. Yasmin's part of my army. We got a small army here. We got a small family. The family's growing. The hand is extended out. And Portland Andy's hand's extended out to Travel Fund 69. And we're doing this together. We're doing it. Cheers. Thanks for the link drops. Absolutely sub up Cowboys Mosh. Cheers. There we go. Cheers, Mosh. Thank you so much. 1630 in the chat. If you're new, welcome. Nomad Mike, yes, of course you're part of the army. I'm just joking. All of you guys are part of the army. That would be a definite loss of voice, naming every single person. Boomerang's part of the army. Cheers. Yeah, so it looks that's probably going to be like, so that's the stage and the flag, probably setting it up for the speeches tomorrow. So I'll be doing drone footage tomorrow, and I'm going to be going live earlier. I'm just going to try to see if I can get a hold of someone that has a Google Pixel 6 Pro, the larger phone, and see if we can snag one of those and get that going. And then we don't have to worry about live streaming anymore. The phone will take care of it. Thanks, Maddie, Forever 27. And, of course, sub up to Maddie, Forever 27. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, was that there? Oh, nice. Thank you so much, OV. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Breaking my ball. Coming to Thailand. Yes. Ah, shoot. Global FM. Cheers. Still in the building. Cheers. Thank you so much, Global FM. Big ups. I gotta check out why the battery just, oh, there we go. It's charging again. That's good. Big up, subscribe to Global FM. What the hell is going on with this charge? All right. Alan BR in the building. Lots of love from India. Thank you, man. Long-time supporter, Alan BR. Cheers. Thank you so much, bro. All right. Can we keep this thing charging? Don't tell me I have to get another right angle cable. I doubt it. Something's really weird there. That's okay. All right, we'll figure it up. We'll figure it out. All right, guys. Which direction do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to hang out here? Do you want me to go back to where the music's playing? Do you want me to go down this way? It's a little quiet, but do you want to walk down and see what the trucks are doing? What do you want me to do? You guys can control. Where do we go? Where do we go? Speak to the truckers. Yeah, if they're not sleeping, some of them are not in the cabs. They're some of them are in the sleepers. But yeah, I can go for a walk and talk to them. Go the other way. Yep, go towards the music. I see. So the music is that way, where they have that on the street, and the quieter end is that way, but there's more trucks that way. Talk to truckers. Freedom all the way. Music, you guys say. Go in the Parliament. I thought that's funny. Get a feel of the people where they're from. Yes, that's right. Thanks to Maddie for dropping Global FM's link. 1,600 people in the chat. Live Travel Fun 69 on the YouTube platform and Portland Andy on the YouTube platform. Cheers. All right, so, geez, what's going on with this damn find that old man and have a shot. Drinks. I don't know about that. Mosh, I think he was like drinking out of that bottle before. I don't know, but he's drinking the gin. Oh damn, he's drinking the gin. Welcome, new member. Welcome to the new member. Sunday, thank you so much. Member of Travel Fun, thank you so much for that. Cheers, check out the emojis. I'm just gonna check before I go any further. I'm wondering why I've got 40% on my phone. The gimbal is acting up. Give me a second here. Cheers. All right. Just gonna check what's going on with the power bank. Let us see what's happening. All right. Doesn't make any sense. It's still showing full. I don't know if the cable's a little messed up. This is another cable. Sometimes you can buy faulty cables. Yeah, strange. I don't know. It's charging. I just don't get it. Weird. All right. Okay. Tell you what. Global FM. That's right. Maddie support. All right, Maddie supporting Global FM. Global FM is supporting Maddie. Cheers. Subscribe Global FM and subscribe Maddie Forever 27. Cheers, you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, Yasmin. Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll make a call. How about we just all right, let's go down here for like 5 or 10 minutes. I just want to take a look. If not too much is happening, we'll turn back around. Let's just see what's up. See if anybody's up. What's going on? Cheers, guys. Damn, don't tell me I bought faulty cables. Come on. Let me see if I can twist this around. What the heck is going on? We got some trucks moving around. All right. All right, we seem to be doing okay, 32%. Wow. All right, cheers. Yeah, I know, I saw that. Cheers. Hey, thank you so much. Me, Matt, Yosef, thanks. Hey, welcome back. Cheers for the $1. Welcome back. Good having you back. Sum up Cowboys Mosh. Wow, Maddie's killing it. Mosh, Maddie, and Yasmin killing it tonight. Salute, salute, salute. Some of the guys are in their sleepers, so that's like when you sit the sleeper here. It's pretty comfy. Some of these truck sleepers are like no joke. It's like, it's pretty sweet. you could totally like be pretty comfortable in those beds. Quite warm. Yeah, see, like, so they're running, the truck's running, but so these guys are in their sleepers. I'll do quick walk rather than slow walk. Big ups. Cole, how you doing? I see you guys there. 1,655 in the chat. Now my bald head's getting a little cold. I took the hat off, but I wanted some of that fresh air. You know, it's getting hot. It's a little bit warmer, a little bit more windy though. That's the thing. So, all right, what is going on with this battery? Come on, man. I wonder if it's just not charging the gimbal because it's too cold or something. Something weird with that. Got another idea. I might just plug into the phone directly. Just give me 1 sec. Yeah, something's not right. I got to plug into the phone, I think, directly. Give me a second here. All right, let's see if I can get this cord out. All right. Sorry for the video. I'm just trying to change the cable. Got to figure out what's going on here. Why the cable is something really strange here. Let me just see if I can get this out. All right, see if this works any better. I think when it gets cold, it just can't transfer power from the gimbal to the phone. So I just take out the right angle cord and charge directly into the phone, and I think it's working. So I think that's the issue right now. I think it's fixed. Cheers, we're back. 29%. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. I'll check it in another 5 minutes. Cheers. All right. Oh. Phone's a little lopsided now. What did I do? All right. Currently 12:41 a.m. And cheers to everybody. Definitely a lot quieter. Actually, I should put on my Canada hood. I have a Canada sweater on. Big ups. Cheers. You're watching Travel Fun 69 on the YouTube channel. And also Portland Andy. Is Portland Andy still live? Got my hoodie on now. Bobby Crush in the building still. 1,600 in the chat. Big ups, everybody. Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, whatever you want to call it. Yes, Bobby Crush smashed that like. Thank you so much. It always helps with the algorithm. Good question. Just exactly what I was talking about there. Just what I was talking about. Johnny, yes. I did hear that the truckers are going to be in Toronto this weekend. I might, but I also might be here in Ottawa. I'm not sure, but yeah, I could try to cover that. There we go. Sorry about that. Cord got tangled. Yeah, if I'm around, then for sure. Otherwise, I'll be in Ottawa. I'll be here. Global FM, cheers. to follow behind with a generator and an extension cord. Right? We gotta have someone follow behind a rolling friggin' generator, and I'll be plugged in, following me. Oh shoot, that's funny. Global FM, cheers. Subscribe. Oh man, I gotta get up on panel sooner or later, man, with you guys. I was on there probably 3-4 weeks ago or something like that. I was up there with Mosh. But yeah, I'll have to get up there and have a drink with you guys again. Cheers. Subscribe. Global FM. Cheers. Who's that said that? Oh, am I staying over tonight? Yes, I am. I'm staying here for sure. Bring that guy. Oh, homebrews. Yeah, Nomad Mike, the homebrews. Yes. You know what? I probably could arrange that. I do have to go back Thursday night, and then I can come back. But I got to repack Thursday night again. So you're right, I could bring some homebrews. Oh my God, they'll love it. All right, so so we've already walked this far. Not sure what's going on down there. Obviously, it's a lot quieter than it used to be because of the residential area. 1600 in the chat still. We're at oh man, I can't even talk here. There we go. Just that bank now. So Kent Street's down there. We could go for a walk there, turn around. I mean, we're already here. We could just go and see what's going on down there. And if nothing, turn back around. We might as well, since we're here. And let's see who's around. Drumble 65 still. How you doing? All right, so the phone is charging, but the gimbal is not charging. But I think we're still good. But we're keeping plugged in the gimbal right now. Cheers. Oh, thanks, Yasmin. Yep, there we go. Right, let me see if I can check that. Private, a little tough to check private messages right now. I see that. I'll answer that after the live stream. All right. Big ups to the Portland Andy crew. Portland Andy, cheers. You're watching Travel Fun 69 live on YouTube. And Portland Andy, is he still live? Can someone confirm if he's still is he still going? Is he still going, or did he close? Hot Dog Crew. Now Travel Fun Crew. That's right. Hot Dog Crew and Travel Fun Crew. That's right. We're hand in hand tonight. Spreading the trucks out. Yeah, they are, right? They are doing that. Oh, he's doing an Aussie stream now. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, there's yeah, definitely. If there's action, you definitely show that. How's that looking? It's daytime there anyway. There must be some action going on, right? Stream will be 24 hours, says Brando. Yeah, no way. Not a chance. That's be crazy. Portland 80's out now. Okay, yeah, Tex Mex. Yep, no worries. Isn't it amazing how quiet it got down here? It's like epic. This street was like pumping crazy. I don't know what happened. So the last couple of days, I don't know if some of the residents, like, I don't know if they complained or asked, but whatever happened, definitely they quieted it up. Like they're keeping it down. But yeah, I guess, sure, that's cool. That's great. That's good. It works. Not going to get much done, I guess, making all that noise anyway this time. But in the non-residential area, Yeah, make all the noise you want. Nemit, thank you so much for the 2 again. And thanks for sticking around, of course. Appreciate that. As my voice goes crazy. Yes, of course, Yasmin, one of the mods here. If you want to check her out, that's her channel. Feel free. She's an awesome supporter. She's actually like, if you need something, man, she's a good supporter, and she'll help you out if you have a question, whatever you want to know. She's good with YouTube, and she's got a big army herself. Really good, good people. Definitely want to have her on your side for sure. That's a tongue twister. That's a tough name. Here we go. I'm going to try to say it. Roland Dummett Trasku, I think. Cheers. Cheers for that. $27.99. Thank you so much for a super sticker victory. Thank you so much. Once again, not necessary. It is appreciated. And as Portland Andy says, it's boots on the ground. And that's the boots on the ground. It's gonna help so I keep doing this content for you, but like I said, I'm doing it either way. And cheers, you guys. 37%. Okay, it's good. Phone is good. Phone is good. The audio on this phone sucks, but at least we don't lose streams with this. But still gonna get the new phone. Looking at the Google 6 Pro, but nobody has it. It's always out of stock. I don't know what's going on. Global FM still in the building. Cheers. Nice. Big ups, Jasmine. Absolutely stand with the real freedom fighters, the truckers. Canada's been so quiet for the past 2 years, but now we're here. Oh, here we go. How you doing? You're still awake? Awesome. Figured I'd come by and check up on you guys. Is there anything you need? You're okay? I'll be here tomorrow. Let me know if you need anything. We're thinking of putting something together, like all the support. Everybody's looking at you guys, and we'll figure something out. You guys are great, and we stand by everything what you do. Awesome, man. When you get some sleep, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be with you on that too soon. Thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Thanks. Awesome. Wonder if it's the same amount of rows of trucks, or did they split off? There's a little bit more down there. Some of them cut off at the end, it looks like. It looks like some cut off at the end. I don't know if they relocated or something, but we'll see. Very interesting. Very interesting. 1,600 people in the chat. We're live. I'm your host, Jeff Lepard, and we are on the YouTube platform, Travel Fun 69. Subscribe, bash that bell to turn notifications on so you don't miss another video or another live stream. We'll be live tomorrow right here downtown Ottawa for the Truckers Freedom Convoy 2022. And also check out some of the supporters. You guys are in the chat. It's awesome. Dropping links all night. And Portland Andy and his army. Big shout out to Portland Andy and his army. Cheers. Massive shout outs. That's right. That's right. 1,600 people here. Can't be mad if you're missing chat. Oh, but this guy's got it done right. Look at that. Cheers, Mosh. Sub up to Mosh. Cowboys Mosh. Look at that. They got a tent happening. Oh, my God. And a charcoal barbecue in there. I saw that. That looks good. That looks good. That looks kind of comfy, man. Tenting in the middle of the street, having a barbecue. What more could you ask for? That's awesome. Absolutely amazing. So there's like, the street is blocked off, but if you technically want to come by, there's one lane open and they still allow traffic one way. So you can still get around, but the truckers are totally here and they're not moving. Laura G, have some rest. Have some hot tea with honey and lemon. Yeah, actually, you know what? It did help. When I got home yesterday in Toronto, I made like 3 of those. I had one before I left. It helped, but my voice is still a little bit raspy. 1,600 in the chat as we get to the end of Kent Street. So we will turn around and we'll head back up. Aztec in the building. Hit the road for a couple hours. Thank you so much for promoting Aztec. No problem. Big ups, Aztec, to you. Also, sub up Aztec's channel. Part of the crew of Global FM. Thank you guys. You and the whole damn crew. You and the whole damn crew. Cheers. All right. So we'll head back. What time we got now? 12:55. 12:55. We'll head back. See, hop on a horse. That's right, Jeff. I know it. Haven't seen any of the horses. I know they're around, but haven't seen them. We'll see. We'll see. Something tells me though that they'll probably be out this week or the weekend. I think it's expected to be pretty packed on the weekend. That's what I'm hearing. Also, stay tuned on this channel for more drone footage, 4K drone footage. We shot some drone footage yesterday night. Short little video, maybe. I'm not sure how long it is. That will be ready next on the channel, and I'm doing more drone footage tomorrow. So cheers. Yeah, Bank Street, Sizer, yep. Thanks, Yasmin. Thank you so much. Dropping the links. John, exactly. I bought this Rebel News, absolutely. I bought this Pixel 5. The video's good, but the audio, not so good. So yeah, absolutely gonna get another good, better phone. It's just, believe it or not, tracking it down. I don't know what it is, trying to get my hands on the phone. But I'll make some calls in the morning. Man, I would love to have that phone going by tomorrow. That's wicked. I will totally buy one. So I'll keep you updated on that. Cheers, everybody. Not far away from 12K. Thanks to Tony_Kiwi. I'm not paying attention to that. Thanks to everybody that subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, please do. I think I gotta put the 40% battery in here. I gotta plug into the gimbal. Just give me a second. All right, there we go. All right. That's better. $1,500 in the chat. Downtown Ottawa. You're watching on the YouTube platform. Travel Fund 69. Travel Fund 69. Cheers. Share me out. Subscribe. And turn the notification bell. Turn that on. Going live tomorrow. We're still live today. Going live tomorrow. We're here in downtown Ottawa, covering boots on the ground, everything here. What happens? Cheers. Hit that payphone. I know, right? Hit the payphone. Pager. I used to have a pager. Oh my God, remember those days? Pagers. Bring payphones back, says Carrot. Oh man. Good old payphones. Oh, what a situation. Drink. Yeah, I'll have a drink after. Have a drink after for sure. Let me just send a quick private message here. Let me see what's going on here. Right. All right. I think that answers it. All right, I think we're good. All right, here we go. A lot of people. Not a lot of people right now. It's 1:01 a.m. in the morning. It's pretty quiet. It seems like there's only noise in like two parts, but not too much is really happening right now on these other streets. And there's less trucks at night. There's some more trucks down there. Not too much. It's pretty quiet. Canada, let's go. I see that. So I think the only thing that would be good is to head down to. So we'll walk by Parliament, and we'll head down to that spot where Portland Andy was reading his chats from his army. They had a little music playing. That seems to be the only spot that has any action. We'll see if that's still going. But otherwise, yeah, we're here. We'll see what's happening. If not too much more is happening, then yeah, we could call it a night after that. So let's continue walking until we get there, and we'll make the call then. Cheers. Ontario here. Yes, big ups, DM. More horns. Yeah, there's no horns right now. I'm surprised. But you will hear the horns tomorrow. That I guarantee you. You will hear them tomorrow. Timmy's. It probably is. I got some stuff back at the room anyway. Jeff, go to Parliament doors. Knock, knock, knock. It's just. I'll go knock on the doors. Let me in, let me in, let me in. Cheers, guys. Live on Travel Fund 69. YouTube platform. Cheers to everybody restreaming this. Thank you so much. Big ups to all the people watching around the world. Take a moment, subscribe to Travel Fund 69. Subscribe to Portland Andy. Him and his crew. Cheers. and turn notification bell on for myself and Portland Andy and everybody else. Great family we have here. We tend to support each other. So it's a good little crew we have here. Nice little family. Weapon X in the building too. Cheers. Anna, how you doing? Zigzag still in the house. Evening. How you doing, Anna? The voice is pretty much shot. If you're just tuning in, you can rewind the stream. And Portland Andy's army came in here and super chatted the crap out of me. And I could not keep up with reading. Frank. Oh, man. I'm going to have to rewatch out on his channel. Hopefully, he still got that stream up. That's pretty epic. I mean, yeah, seeing on that angle, it was quite fun. It was funny. Thanks, Yasmin. Yep. Welcome to the Travel Fun 69 family. How you doing? Yep. So we're live on YouTube, just showing everybody what's going on.
Yeah.
I'll give you. I should have a card in here.
How many people you got watching?
So right now it looks like there's 1,500 right now watching.
Are these like friendlies or what?
Yeah, it's a very, very friendly and all supportive here.
Good.
I got.
Well,
there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the channel there. Travel Fun 69.
69.
It's a good name. Still haven't decided if I'm going to keep the 69 or change it, but
What were you doing before?
just travel, just kind of like an anonymous channel. Actually, I wasn't even live streaming on this channel. Then I decided to just start live streaming. I've got 3 channels anyway, but yeah, it's all good.
A
Yep.
YouTuber.
Awesome. Yeah,
Well,
fun. It's good times.
Unfortunately, we've got some troublemakers here.
Oh shit.
This truck has been tagged.
Oh.
Well, that Pierce doesn't.
Oh yeah. So yeah, of course. I heard some people making some trouble. I mean, haven't heard of any main issues, but
You haven't seen how long you've been working with this?
we've been live for almost 4 hours now, back and forth. Yeah.
You haven't seen anyone spray cans?
No, not at all. No.
What's your channel?
Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69. Fun. Travel Fun. Oh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, someone graffiti on the truck. Man, it'd be nice to catch one of these guys doing that. I don't know if there's any cameras around
There are
here.
cameras on the side,
There are cameras.
so pursue that.
Absolutely. You see that, guy? Someone drew that on the truck.
Oh, this thing like auto fans.
Oh, yeah. Gimbal. Absolutely, yeah. So there we have it. Some graffiti, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly.
Keep
Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. Oh, 100%. And the thing is, everybody's watching, and there's other people around, and the word would spread so fast, you wouldn't even believe how fast it would spread. 100%. No problem. Thank you. I'll show you what happened. Herschel, thank you so much. Rock on. So someone did graffiti. Of course, you can make out what that is. Someone sprayed on this graffiti. Horrible. But you know how to get that off, right? You know how that comes off fast, right? No, yeah. Brake cleaner. Yeah. Brake cleaner, get that right off. Yep. Yeah, gas, brake cleaner, gas, that'll get it right off. Yep. Yep. I know that because I clean stuff. I clean sealer, and that will get that right off. Graffiti, I would use gas or brake cleaner. Get it right off. 100%. 100%. Yep. I'll see you guys later. Yep. Horrible, eh? Look at that, guys, man. Freaking graffiti. What the frig? Who the hell would do that, man? Unreal graffiti. Someone with a yellow spray can did graffiti on the side. Man, I'll say one thing. You gotta have a lot of balls to do that here. You know what happens if you got caught doing that here and all these truckers got a hold of you? I mean, first of all, not good, but things can go real bad for you. But not because of that, but because of the amount of police presence here. It's just crazy. Why the hell would you do that, man? That's so stupid. Stupid move. Stupid people. That's crazy. But easy fix. If you ever get, depending on what type of paint, if it's epoxy, you're screwed. If it's paint, you can get that off. Gasoline or, brake cleaner. Brake cleaner will get that right off. Yeah. Exactly. Big ups, everybody. So it's quiet this side. We'll keep walking. Definitely not too much action down that side now. It's a little late in the morning. 1,600 people in the chat. Cheers. If you're watching the YouTube platform. This is Travel Fun 69. Travel Fun 69. Subscribe. Turn the notification bell on. Cheers, guys. Big ups, Troy C. Bobby Crush, cheers. We'll keep it going a wee bit longer. But I'm walking down that direction now. I won't be walking back this side. It's pretty quiet, so let's head to the other end, make our way. Real 69 vibes here, absolutely. Still debating whether I'm gonna keep the channel name like Travel Fun 69 or if I'm gonna call it something else. Travel Fun something. We'll see. Am I Cancer, Dirty Natasha? Nope. I'm a Taurus. Born in May. Yep, I'm a Taurus. Good old Taurus. Doing great. Keep it up. Thanks, James. 69 dudes. I know a lot of you guys like the 69. It was honestly just an anonymous channel. We used the channel for just videos. Nobody knew it was me. And then one day we just we said, screw it. Let's just go live on it. Brando, cheers. 69's Cancer symbol. Oh, I didn't know. Okay. It shows you what I know. I don't know. Shoot. Cheers, Dirty Natasha. Cheers. Got some bongo playing still here. Travel fun carpet. That's funny. Cheers. Absolutely, they are fun. Morris family. Get me to 2K just for fun. There we go. The Morris family just, hey, you know what's funny? We've subbed up to channels that have no videos for fun. It's fun. Nothing wrong with that. Cheers. For fun with Jeff, says Brett S. All right, these dudes are probably sleeping. It's they got an early start tomorrow here. Travel Fun Freedom. I like that. John AK says Travel Fun Freedom. That's actually not a bad name. That might go to consideration. Travel Fund Freedom. That might get some consideration. That's not bad. Sounds good. You shaved. Yes, Brian Smith. I got tired of the facial hair. I zipped that right off. Support Kevin Kane. Yes. He was the one in the construction coat. He was live streaming too on his channel. Thank you so much, Yasmin. You like Travel Fund Freedom? Yes. That's not a bad name. That's not a bad name, right? Damn. Hey, he might copyright the name before I can use it. He might copyright the name before I can use it. Oh, man, that's funny. Ryan Couture with the 5s. Thank you so much. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Wow. Definitely got to get those lozenges. Cheers. Big shout out to Portland Andy. That him and his hot dog whole darn army crew killed me tonight. But I'll be good to go. I got the name domain. You got the domain already. You know what? The name is probably available too. Crimson Sky still in the building. Cheers. Oh, Crimson, you missed what happened, man. If you're watching, Portland Andy sent the whole army here. Lost my voice trying to read the super chats. Those guys are having a good laugh. Cheers. Ah, yes. The army's still in the house. They've got multiple streams open. They're watching. Still lots of streets blocked off down here. Yeah, big up, John. Hey, I like that one, man. The Morris family, a big shout out to myself. Hey, big shout out to yourself. That's how you do it, man. Mr. G. Mr. G, huge ups. Good supporter since the beginning of his channel. Jeff, cheers out to Siri. Who knows where she is now? Oh, God, big ups, Mr. G. I sent your link to Smoke and Scandal. Damon Heller. Oh, thank you so much. Tubular Bra, thank you so much for sharing it out. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. And, of course, I know we're near the, obviously, pretty much anticipating closely near the end of this stream, but that's okay. But, yeah, sharing it out and hitting that subscribe button as well as the notification button. You'll be notified when I go live next, which is tomorrow. And you don't want to miss it. Cheers. Take a bow, Jeff. Jared, thank you so much. Damn throat. Damn throat. I am the other restreamers from Portland backing you. Ah, nice. You're the other streamers from Portland backing me. Thank you so much. Only Mr. Bill. Cheers. Check out his channel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Tony C. Oh, damn. Tony C. To you and the Truckies, kind brother, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Big ups. Big ups, Troy C. Cheers. Cheers to you, sir. Thank you so much. Whew. Definitely going to be getting those lozenges. Absolutely. I got some back at the room. We'll have to pray for the Travel Fund 69 voice to come back. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Crimson Skies dropping a link. Thank you so much. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's try and plug this in. Keep this going here. All right. I think the noise or the tunes are definitely not playing. Not sure what's going on there, but all good. Let's keep the walk going to the end. Still 1,400 people in the chat. As we approach early hours in the morning, 1:20 a.m., early Wednesday morning, downtown Ottawa, live on location, Truckers, Freedom Convoy 2022. Cheers. Thanks, Crimps. Portland Andy went night-night. T-Lot and Awesome Noise. I'm going to be, if he gets it started earlier before me, I'll tune it to him before my live. Big shout out to him. Massive shout out to him. Get some rest, Jeff. You have a busy day tomorrow. Dave Val, just talk soft. We can hear you fine. Don't push the sound. Yeah, I guess I feel that I'm pushing it because when I talk quiet, I got that like squeaky voice because the voice cords are kind of going. But you're right. I should relax. Should relax the voice. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much. I will try to remember that. Okay, 1 second. Oh yes, low battery. Yes, it is, but we got it plugged in. All right. Cheers, Maddie. Saw that message. Thanks so much. And big ups. All right. Sum up the mosh, man. Absolutely sum up the mosh, man. Cowboys mosh. Nice. So as we can see, it's definitely sleep time mode for everybody. Still some people up, but awful quiet. Awful quiet now. Doesn't seem like much action going on right now, but it's all good. Truck engines, truck horns, taking a break, but they'll be honking bright and early in the morning, 7 o'clock. They start honking. Scottzilla in the house. Cheers. What time you get up, Malix? I'm gonna get up, but I'm gonna try to get a phone. Try to get a new phone again. How many people buy 2 phones in 1 week? Crazy. But I'm trying to get the Google Pixel 6 Pro. So I'm gonna make some calls, see if I can get that. So we'll see if I can track one down. Cheers, everybody. Love all the way, Venom. Let's go, Brandon. Absolutely. Widnard, Dennis, thanks for the 5. Thank you so much for that. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks so much. It all helps me to keep, as Portland Andy says, keeps the boots on the ground. But definitely not necessary. Thank you so much. A new rig, excellent stuff. Dale now. Wow. Cheers, John. -19 says True Warrior in Alberta. Oh my God. That's cold, man. I know in Winnipeg, Manitoba, 2 weeks ago or something like that when I was there, it was like minus friggin' 29 with the wind chill, minus 40. Minus 40. Holy frig. That's crazy. Let's go Canada, DM says. All right. Sleep well. Scott said, oh, yeah, definitely. We're going to kill it tomorrow. I'll still charge up both phones, the crappy one, this one, and try to get my hands on the brand new Google phone. I just don't know who carries it. I will try. I'll make the phone calls. If I get that phone, I won't have to worry about any other phones. That phone will definitely do the job. Oh, he's set up. Nice little table, seat. Street hockey game. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, there's hockey going on here too. I saw on social media. Truckers are playing hockey. It's all over. Yep. Say hi to Dusty. Malix, I saw that. Yep. I still want to adopt Jeff. Thanks, John. Really? Adopt me and the bald head too? I shaved the head. The hair goes fast, but I hate the hair. I like it bald. Cheers. 1423 in the chat. And not much more going on. Saspay doing the best, Jeff. Thank you. Well, my vote is that not much more is happening. That's my vote. It's pretty quiet from one end to the other. I don't know what more to show you guys. Streets are much slow. Everybody's kind of sleeping now. Let me just flip the camera here. Second. Here's the settings. All right. Front facing camera. Cheers. All right, here we go. Cowboys Mosh in the house. Maybe we should raid me tonight. Cowboys Mosh, if you want to take it over. It is that time. Yes, it is. It's up to you. If you want to do a live stream at Chit Chat, StreamYard, go ahead. I guess probably a good time for yours truly to call it a night and get that voice of mine taken care of. Get that phone, see if I can, and continue live streaming tomorrow here. And if you're just tuning in, you're watching Travel Fun 69 on the YouTube platform. Cheers, and a big shout out to Portland Andy, all the other streamers in the house. Cheers. Mosh, what are you saying there, sir? Awesome. Big ups, Yasmin. Just holding a second here to see if he's going to take over. Cheers, everybody. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good night, says John. You want to adopt me? Thanks. And the shiny head, right? Carrots, hey, thanks for dropping the like all night. Great job, Jeff. We love you. Thank you, Anna. Snooker, cheers. Still a couple horns happening. All right. Give me a few to get live and send links. Okay. All right. I'm going to stall a little bit for Mosh. Those of you that want to check out your boy, Cowboy Mosh, we'll give him a couple more minutes. I'll chit chat here. Anything last a little bit you want to say in the chat before Mosh drops his link and he's going to open up a stream? I'll join the chat as I go back to the room and Yes, definitely got to take care of the voice. Holy frig. Cheers. And of course, charge up the power banks for tomorrow. Okay, Adams. Good night, sweet Jeff. Thanks for your hard work and great personality. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Currently watching Travel Fun 69. I'm Jeff Lepard on YouTube. Coming near an end. Just waiting for Mosh to get the link. He's setting up a stream right now. For those of you that want to join, feel free to go say hello. And of course, I will be live tomorrow, back with the boots on the ground, as Portland Andy likes to call it, downtown Ottawa for the Truckers Freedom Convoy 2022. And we'll try to fix this audio issue, which actually means get yet another new phone. I've already got 2 phones. Get another new phone to see if we can fix that, because we want the best video and the best audio quality possible for you guys. Cheers. Yes, and the absolutely. T Honey, absolutely going to do that. Still 12:30 in the chat. Cheers, guys, and I love all you guys. Thank you so much for all the crazy amount of support to each and every one of you guys. Wow, it's so quiet, eh? Like compared to like the daytime. And like if you're down here, it's like holy freak. You hit silence when you get back to that room, and it's like your ears are ringing. I'm like, holy freak, I remember those club days. All right, for sure. Nice. Thanks, Yasmin. I know he's gonna get the actual link, so I'm just holding off. 1200 in the chat. We're just waiting for Mosh to come in here to drop the stream link, and he's going to go live, and we'll check it out. If you're free, check him out. Have a little chit chat. I'll pop over there. I'll be in the chat. That's what we like to do. Sharing is caring. Share out the stream. Awesome. Cheers, everybody. 2 night owls still in the house. Check them out on Instagram. Oh, yes, Sky will be there. I do know that. I have saw that. I know he's coming. I'm not sure what time, but I know he's going to be here tomorrow. The only problem with that, showing the speeches of that, I've done that in the past. That gets YouTube shut down for sure. I already know that happens. Oh, shoot. Carol Cat, the $6.99. Thank you so much. Carol Cat, thank you so much. The $6.99. Cheers. Thank you so much. Wow. Doing that near the end of the stream too. Thank you so much. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Carol. Thank you so much for that. Jeez. Very kind of you. Okay. So, oh, yes. Oh, thank you so much. All right, there's Cowboy Smosh. Cheers, guys. Cowboy Smosh is live. We can go ahead and raid Cowboy Smosh. I'll give you about 60 seconds now. Go ahead and go there right now. I'm just going to say goodnight to everybody. So click that link that you see on the screen right now. Yasmin's dropping it now too. Cowboys and Mosh is dropping it. Just scroll up, hit that link. In fact, I'm going to pin that link. And try to pin that link right now before I end. All right. As soon as my button wants to work. All right. All right. So we got pin message. There we go. There's the pin. All right, guys. So thank you so much. Appreciate all the support. Big shout out to all the people in the chat. all the new subscribers, the new people, all the new viewers. Thank you so much. Take a moment to just subscribe to this channel, Travel Fund 69. Turn the notifications on. Subscribe to Portland Andy, all the other people in the chat. Portland, thank you so much for your Army raid tonight. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm ending it until tomorrow. We will be live on Travel Fund 69, this channel right here tomorrow, to cover more of the truckers' Convoy Freedom 2022. Right now, let's head over to Cowboys Mosh. Comment is pinned, and let's get a chat over there. Thank you so much. Support Mosh, one of my moderators. Big ups. And thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks, guys. Peace out. Jeff Lepard, Travel Fund 69. See you tomorrow. Ciao.
In Canada, another campaign is gaining strength, a campaign to remove Justin Trudeau from office. It started off as a protest against vaccine mandates, but thanks to the Canadian Prime Minister's scornful dismissal of the demands, it has snowballed into a resistance against his leadership and his politics. Truckers and farmers, interestingly, have gridlocked Canada's capital, Ottawa. Most of them say they will not leave until Prime Minister Trudeau steps down. Trudeau says he will not be intimidated, come what may. Here's a report.
The Freedom Convoy in Canada is growing in size and strength. It started last weekend as a protest against COVID-19 mandates. Barely 4 days on, it has grown into an indefinite blockade of Ottawa. The busy streets of Canada's capital are now frozen. Thousands of vehicles have descended on the city. Rigs, RVs, trucks, SUVs. They've all gridlocked Ottawa in a bid to quash vaccine mandates. Are their efforts bearing fruit? Not one bit. The Canadian government remains unrelenting. Currently in isolation due to an alleged COVID infection, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has shoved these protesters to the margins. He has declared them a fringe and their views unacceptable. On Tuesday, he further tried to derogate their motives through a series of scornful posts on Twitter. In one tweet, he claimed that Canadians are shocked and disgusted by the protests. In another, he said his government won't be intimidated by the abuses and vandalism.
I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business workers and steal food from the homeless. We won't give in to those who fly racist flags. We won't cave to those who engage in vandalism or dishonor the memory of our veterans. There is no place in our country for threats, violence, or hatred. So to those responsible for this behavior, it needs to stop.
The Canadian media says that the Prime Minister is exaggerating things, that the protests may have shut down businesses, but they have remained largely peaceful. So Trudeau's statements are only fueling public anger further. The movement is no longer just about COVID restrictions. It also seems to be about Justin Trudeau's style of politics. The protesters say they won't leave Ottawa until the Prime Minister is removed from office. Their calls are finding support from notorious anti-vaxxers from all over the world. One of them is former US President Donald Trump.
The Canadian truckers, you've been reading about it, who are resisting bravely these lawless mandates, are doing more to defend American freedom than our own leaders by far. And we want those great Canadian truckers to know that we are with them all the way. They've really shown something.
It's a watershed moment in Canada. These protests are the most drastic on record. and the support they're getting is overwhelming. They run the risk of snowballing into a Black Lives Matter-style movement, with truckers and farmers becoming emblems for Canadians who have been worn down due to 2 years of shutdowns, loss of work, and a severe reduction of income. Justin Trudeau's refusal to give them a fair hearing could prove to be very detrimental. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
Edward Snowden is an American technologist, former CIA officer, and NSA contractor. In 2013, he revealed that the NSA was secretly and unconstitutionally seizing the private records of billions of individuals through a global system of mass surveillance, in violation of human rights standards and international law. His actions have stirred up an intense and necessary global debate on the right to privacy, which has led to historic rulings and to sizable changes in public policy on the subject. In 2014, he was granted the Right Livelihood Award for his, quote, courage and skill in revealing the unprecedented extent of state surveillance violating basic democratic processes and constitutional rights, unquote. He is known to many as a whistleblower and a human rights defender, and currently acts as president of the board of the Freedom of the Press Foundation. Mr. Snowden, thank you very much for your time today.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for inviting me to speak.
Lara Wibke and I have been working with the Global Campus of Human Rights and the Right Livelihood Foundation. And over the past year, we've been pulling together content from children's rights groups, privacy activists, academia, regional and international human rights bodies, as well as testimonials from young people in order to bridge the gap between tech experts like yourself, Mr. Snowden, and the billions of users out there, many of whom are children. So we're excited to talk with you about how we can apply your knowledge and lessons learned about privacy and surveillance from a children's rights perspective. The overarching theme today is, how can we educate ourselves and our children to value privacy and demand better safeguards for our data protection? Laura's going to kick off the interview with a few questions to lay a strong foundation for our discussion. And then Wibke will delve into our key topics, and I'll chime in at the end to direct us towards thinking about actionable steps that we can take as a society, as well as important considerations for our elected officials and tech executives moving forward.
Thank you, Meredith. So, Mr. Snowden, to lay down the foundation, can you first explain a bit more about data basics? When are we sharing data? And what are some examples of when children are sharing data? Also, where does all the data go?
If you ask when are we sharing data, the answer is all the time. If you're using a phone to view this media, maybe you're sitting on a train, maybe you're on your bus, maybe you're at home looking at on a tablet or a laptop, you are sharing data with the host of this file. It could be a government organization, it could be the university itself, it could be reposted on YouTube or somewhere else. They have a record that you viewed this file. In addition to the provider of the file, everyone on the path between the device on which you viewed it and the host of that file, whoever created that file, they can see that you requested information from that host. So your local internet service provider, your cellular service provider, the way that works is your device requests the file. It goes to that little socket on the wall or that Wi-Fi access point or the cellular tower that's nearby. But that doesn't magically get you across the world to wherever the file that you're seeking is. There is a path across the internet that must be made to everything that you're seeking to retrieve. The internet is not magic. It is a series of cables buried in the ground. It is satellites in the sky. It is radio towers with cellular radios on them. It is the Wi-Fi access points that are sitting in homes and coffee shops and offices around the world. This is a giant network of many different devices with many different owners and many different operators. But when you send a request that is routed over these other people's networks, the cloud, as we conceive of it, just means other people's computers, right? As you cross this path, other people control it. They can observe these requests and they can record these requests, and they do. It is the business model of the internet to track human operations, human behaviors, human activities, and then to try to transform them into money, typically through behavioral influence, things like advertising, and then commodifying this data, selling it, reselling it, resharing it. Now, if you take that basic understanding that every time a computer every time a computer performs an activity, it creates a record. And every time a computer requests access to the file over the internet, and computer here again can mean your phone, it's just a digital device of a certain complexity, everybody can see that request being made who has a part in handling that request. They can then record it. This is a little bit like if every time you wanted to leave your house in a car or on the bus, you had to paint your house number, your home address, on the top of the bus or on the top of the car. And then as you drove down streets, every corner that you passed took a picture of that. And they said, oh, this person from this home, from this internet address, is going to this place. Now, this system does not differentiate between adults and between children. Computers in general don't discriminate between people and users. They observe us all maximally because it's an automated process. And so the interesting thing today is if you think about all of our activities, all of the things that we do with devices, just walking down the street without your phone screen being on, but just riding in your pocket, that phone is constantly generating records at service providers around the world in different countries, even when the screen is, black and powered down. The phone itself is still on, the screen is off, but it has a series of connections called keep alives and things like that that are saying, we might want an update from this weather service, so let's make sure we have that connection up and operational, so the next time you turn your phone on, it's instantly there, it's up to date, it's already requested the most recent information. What this means broadly is that by virtue of just going about our lives connected to these digital devices, we are creating perfect records, or increasingly perfect records, of our most private parts of our lives. And even though we created this data through our activities on devices that we bought and paid for, we can presume to be the owners of them, we do not control them. And this is the fundamental problem, both for adults and especially children. Adults may have at least some vague understanding of these operations, but children very much do not.
This social graph is piecing together who we are close to, where we go, and much, much more. Can you explain a little bit more where children fit into this?
Now, what this means is that from the first moment that we, as the human family and the child's more personal family, conceive that they may have a child, the mother goes to the hospital. She goes through an ultrasound procedure, and she discovers, to her joy, that there is a child in her. They often take a picture of that. They offer it to her. They put it in her medical records. They may send it to other doctors, other specialists through email or something like that. to solicit their opinion. She may go home and share this picture onward with family that doesn't live near her. She may send it to faraway friends. Well, this digital picture is sent through the internet through, for example, the email medium. Email is unencrypted. Email is insecure. That means all of those network routes that this picture has to transit through in order to reach its destination, this woman's loved ones, they can see and capture a copy of this picture. They get a copy of this email. For example, half the world is using Gmail, right? Even if she is not a Gmail user, if she emails a Gmail user, Google now has a copy and a record that there's a woman that has a child before this child has even been born. We live now in the environment of observation before we live. And this is why it's so important, I think, to understand how this environment impacts children. Everything that you do online is watched and recorded to a large extent. Everything that children do online is watched and recorded to the same extent. Whether we're talking about commercial systems, whether we're talking about surveillance systems operated by government and law enforcement, when they look at human behavior from the network perspective, they ingest this data on a bulk scale, and this is according to sort of government and industry's own words. Differentiating this kind of data is considered a much larger step in the process. So everything that your child does that interacts with a digital device is likely to create a record, and that record is going to be controlled by parties that are unrelated to that child or that child's family as a matter of current practice, technology, and law. And until we change those dynamics, this is the way it will remain.
So you said devices will not differentiate between parents and children. So addressing other parents, guardians, and the younger generations, why do you think protecting children's data is important?
Well, when we think about the world as it currently is, we are told that there's this grand bargain that we have entered into of free products and services that are very sophisticated. They are universally available, and you can use it right now. Just click OK to continue. Now, when you click OK, you are being bound to 600-page legal agreements that change every 3 weeks, often without notice to the user. As a byproduct of this agreement, we're told that we have consented. What we consented to was saying we wanted to use this service. We didn't consent in a meaningful way to the 600-page legal agreement because we didn't read it, and no one did. And there have been studies done on this that have been shown to indicate there are more legal agreements, more pages of legal agreements that a given person consents to in a particular year than they have time to read if they tried to read all these agreements. And so what this actually means is the global system operates under the illusion of consent rather than the fact of consent. Now, we presume under law that adults understand the agreements that they're getting into, and they have given a meaningful consent to them. This is a legal fiction. We know it's not true. Every court in the world knows it's not true, but the basis of our contract law and our regulations suppose that it is true. Now, in the most generous way, we could say that adults maybe are consenting to not care about these things. That's the most generous thing, rather than they are being exploited or preyed upon, because even if they did read these agreements, which they don't have time to read, and they do not have the sophistication to understand these agreements, which were written by experts and specialists in the field, even if we suppose that they are adults, and they have a certain level of life experience, they have a certain level of education, even if it is uneven across the population, which would permit them to enter into these exploitative and self-destructive agreements. But for children, they have none of these things. They do not have an understanding of the world, of its history, of its interoperating systems. They do not have an understanding of the law. They do not have an ability to grant meaningful consent here because they're not informed as to the choices. They cannot understand the legal agreements. All they know is they want to watch the next video about the pretty kitty that they would like to pet, right? And yet, consenting to these agreements grants basically a universal and transmissible right to these platform providers that we are reliant upon to then exploit us, to capture and make permanent records of our activities and our interactions with this service that are no longer ours, right? And this is important because we as humans change. We as humans try new things, and particularly as we're young, we make many mistakes. We do embarrassing things. We say embarrassing things. We say terrible things. We say offensive things. And part of the human process of maturation involves being able to recognize that what we have done is a mistake, to disown that mistake privately, inwardly, to recognize it's a mistake because we don't want to tell the world, I did, this terrible thing, it was a mistake. Because in front of an audience, there is social pressure to say that we have not made a mistake. We are trying to avoid shame. We live under constant judgment, right? Because these actions are linked. And what is happening is we presume that adults have consented to these systems. And they have not, and we know that they have not. But we presume for the basis of continuing the current legal regime without much disruption, we accept that at the very least, they should know better. Children do not know better. They cannot be expected to know better. And to permit these operations against them as if they had agreed with it violates even that loose legal fiction that there was an informed consent granted that operates in the space of adults.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much for that. Children cannot understand the full dimension of giving consent. And this is actually one of the key issues. And I think with that, you have perfectly set the scene to move forward.
Following up on what you were saying about that children do not understand consent and what's going on with their data tracking, do you think that children's data collection, storage, and commercialization should be different from that of adults? And then if so, how can this be done?
I do, but I think we also need to think about it in the larger framework. To understand what's wrong with the handling of children's data, we need to understand what the problems are that have arisen from the handling of adults' data. The issues that exist today in the space of adults' interaction with these devices is the fact that if everything that they do is watched and observed, every action is judged and results in some kind of consequences. Again, this could just be showing you a different kind of ad for shoes on a sidebar, but it could also be appealing to you to change your political affiliation, to vote or not vote on an issue, whether you are offered a job or not offered a job, or an invitation to apply for a job, or whether you receive some sort of credit or other position in your life. It is the fact that these decisions are being informed and influenced by the information that is gathered from you and about you through many different means by many different actors, and then traded and reshared and sold and rented throughout this information ecosystem. Now, part of the problem with this is we can understand where a service provider might need to hold records about a customer. Now, how long do they need to hold this data for? What if that person is no longer a customer? What if they have shut down that account? What if that address no longer exists, right? In the utility context, it's easy to see where we might create cases where we go, this data should age off. But the reality is this kind of data, this kind of record, should only exist for as long as it is necessary, for the minimum interval of time required to deliver on the requirements of a consensual relationship. Now, what does that mean in the context of everything that's not so clear? What does that mean in the informational space? What does that mean if you have a Gmail account? What does that mean if you have ever typed anything into the Google search box? What does that mean if you don't use Google services at all? You bought an iPhone. It has an Apple operating system on it. You downloaded an app from the store that's supposed to deliver weather services to you. But the people who developed that app added Google software to it, which the end user, you, are not even aware of because it provides analytics to the developer. And these programs are widely spread. They're called things like Firebase or Google Analytics. The developer of the weather app uses this to make money for themselves or to save effort for themselves, to understand the people who are running this application in this country are more likely to use this kind of phone. This kind of phone has a crash in the program when it operates in this way or that way, so they can improve their software. Again, we start to get back to that utility understanding where we go, okay, there are ways where this could be useful, but did you agree as the user for Google to have access to this data? Not in a meaningful way. You didn't know it existed. And even so, how long should that data be held? Should it be held for 1 week? Should it be held for 1 year? Should it be held for 10 years? Or should it be held for the period that increasingly approaches forever as data storage capabilities continue to improve? And the reality is, whether we're talking about Facebook, whether we're talking about Google, whether we're talking about Amazon, who runs half the internet beyond running this online superstore through their Amazon Web Services cloud hosting platform, it's important to understand that they all try to collect data about people and systems, the computers that interact with them and the devices that interact with them, not just their owners, maximally. And they try to retain this information maximally because to them, they see power and profit that can be derived from their unique understanding, their silo of insight into human behavior or the individual human behavior of the species written broadly. This is things like the social graph, for example. This person is connected to this person. They are related. They live at the same home because their phones spend the night at the same place consistently, night after night after night. We see that this person works with that person because they go to the same office where those phones are the same place all day long. We see that this person calls that person at the middle of the night after they have a visit to the hospital. They call this person. We can infer it's a familial relationship. The social graph that shows this connection is one thing that is created. The second thing that is created that is used especially by intelligence services, law enforcement services, is what's called the pattern of life. At what time does this person wake up in the morning? At what time does their phone become active? At what time does it begin to move? Where does it go? What stores is it likely to visit? Where does it sleep at night? Where does it work, right? What roads does it take? What products does it purchase? What sites does it visit for reading? You can tell everything about a person's political affiliation based on what sites. Not just do they read the news, but what site do they read the news from? All of these things can be inferred from your pattern of life, from your social graph. Now, when we talk about the handling of adult data and the handling of children's data from that, the problem with the handling of adults' data is that it is maximally collected, it is maximally retained. This eventually gives you a near perfect picture of a person's innermost thoughts and a tremendous ability to influence them. This could be through advertising, it could be through other kinds of behavioral manipulation. It also allows you to make decisions about them. All of these things are increasingly being automated. When we look to countries such as China, we see these things are beginning to be involved even in the issuance of travel permissions. And that is a very frightening thing. Now, what is important to be understood here is that all of the decisions that we are describing, where this data has been collected, it has been stored in bulk, and it is then being processed. It is being operated on to make decisions. Those decisions are based on inferences, because computers can only decide based on inference. The computer does not understand you, just as a human investigator could not possibly understand you, even if they followed you throughout the day. They can make inferences about your behavior, but they do not understand you, what's in your head. They do not understand why you made these things. They only infer what they believe is the likeliest explanation for this. And inferences are often wrong, even by the best human judgment. When we automate inference and we delegate that inference to an engine, to a machine, they become even less reliable, even though our algorithms will say they have an 88% success rate or something like that. That's terrible. That means 12 out of 100 times it's completely wrong. So we have the collection of data, we have the retention of data, we have the processing of data to create prejudgments about people that we have never met at global scale. The people who are subject to these inferences and judgments did not consent to them in a meaningful way. How can we improve upon that? The general link that permits this whole system to exist is the over-collection and over-retention of data. Because the only way that we can convince ourselves that these inferences are reliable, that they are valuable, that they are useful, is to try to create a complete enough picture of the private person's activities in those individual instances. Facebook says, we know this much about this phone number. We know this much about this email address. We know this much about this internet protocol address. We also know this much about this human face that we've recognized across our entire pictures platform. We know this much about this human identity because Facebook, for example, requires real identities to use their network. And we know that all of these identifiers are intersected, when we believe them to be intersected, at a particular human person, right? This person has this email address, this phone number, they're engaged in this. Now, Google knows this much about them. Now, Amazon knows this much about them. We create that intersection of all of this, and it goes back 13 years. We believe that we know this person. If we take a great deal of that away by limiting the amount of data that can be collected in the first place, by limiting the duration for which it can be retained, by limiting the purposes for which it can be retained, and restricting the purposes for which that data can be used, suddenly that environment collapses to a much smaller volume. The inferences that could be made from such a data set, we ourselves can infer, would be used for simpler purposes, or hopefully would be used for simpler purposes. In the context of children, the same thing applies, but to a much more extreme degree. Even if we presume that people who have consented to this level of surveillance by interacting with these systems are granting a basically permanent license to create an unauthorized biography of that living person held by these many different companies that can be used for basically any purpose for an incredible period of time, we can presume that the company's arguments would be, well, these people are changing less frequently. They're, fairly reliable. They are developed. They are mature. They're sort of set in their ways. They go about these processes. It's okay. But children are changing constantly. And children need an opportunity to start over much more frequently than adults. Their political identities don't even exist yet. And when they do, they will change, or the possibility exists that they will change quite frequently and to great extremes. A child who believes, that everything should be about them, may go and have a much more socially minded future where they go, well, I'm actually now more concerned about all of us in aggregate. When you start thinking about consumer preferences, a child might want to eat sugared cereal all day long, every morning, but they're not going to want to do that as an adult. At least we can hope. But we all have the right to make our own decisions. The thing is, we have to have a way to enforce the ephemerality of records about us. The status quo today is that records are being created about people. And the only person who has no control over how those records are used is the person who they are about. Companies compile and create and control these records. Governments compile, create, and control these records. It is only the subjects of this observation, the people themselves, that are obscured from understanding what data exists about them, are unable to say you need to delete this data or remove this data, or this data should be aged off after 3 months or 3 weeks or 3 years or whatever. And this, I think, is the fundamental policy point that is unexplored. It is the ephemerality of data. We do not have an enforced limit on how long data about human behavior can be retained without express, meaningful consent. Let's go on from there, because I know you got more questions.
Yes. And related to this, what is your take on the right to be forgotten? And should it be different for children?
There's been an experiment, I think, in policy circles on maybe we can ameliorate some of the worst abuses of media excess and data collection through this constructed right to be forgotten. The reality is there is no right to be forgotten. It is difficult to enforce, and I think has been routinely abused to benefit those that the policy was not intended to advantage. It is rarely, I think, the dispossessed and vulnerable who are availing themselves of the right to be forgotten, as it currently exists in regulatory frameworks. And it is, someone in a privileged position who is engaged in some kind of corrupt behavior or wrongdoing, was exposed for, and is then sort of trying to cover the tracks years later. Now, this might seem to be in tension with what I've described earlier about we need an ephemerality of data. We need to make records about ourselves evaporate after a given time. And I think this is easier to see if you think about the renewal of memory and how that operates on a social scale rather than on a commercial scale. The reality is what we have and has been eroded by the emergence of technology is a right to privacy, which put more simply is the right to be left alone. If we are not in a position of public influence, this can be corporate, this can be governmental, right? It doesn't have to be merely governmental, but anyone who has a position of particular influence in society should be held to a higher standard of scrutiny. This is a well understood limitation on the right to privacy. But what about the individual who is not in a position of public influence? Again, what about the child? What about the adult but younger person online who says something that was dumb or wrong or offensive? Should they be haunted forever by the mistakes of their past, by things that they wish they could leave behind? It's not about enforcing the right to be forgotten so much as recognizing these records throughout the entire story of humanity have existed only in the memory of those close to you. You know, you might wake up in the middle of the night, 20 years after a fact, and remember some argument that you had with a parent or a spouse or a child where you said something dumb or embarrassing or cruel, and you regret it. You wish you could rewind it. And the funny thing is, the other party to that incident, to that argument, to that embarrassing moment, doesn't remember it at all because it wasn't substantive. But we are sort of haunted by our own memory, and our brain, through the peculiarities of biology, will occasionally, wake you up at 3 a.m. You're trying to go to sleep, you're tired or whatever. It's like, hey, now's a good time to revisit our classic photo album. Now, in smaller human societies, the people who knew you were the people who are around you. You were accountable to them insofar as you interacted with them. You had a direct relationship with them. And if you wanted to avoid them, you could move away from them. You could skip town. You could reinvent yourself. You could restart yourself. But when those systems of observation and accountability, which lead to prejudice, are institutionalized and divorced from geography, they're divorced from direct relationship, now you can no longer explain yourself because the other parties are global. They don't know you and they don't care about you. You cannot escape them because there is nowhere to go. They are an interrelated network. And what do you do? How do you restart with this? And I think this is where the right to be forgotten is a difficult thing. I can't say whether it's correct or incorrect. Maybe it is the correct construct. Maybe it is the correct idea. It is simply implemented and regulated improperly. But what we need is a shelf life on these records, or we should explore at least the idea of a shelf life on these records. So just like human memories fade, now our systemic memory can fade. However, and this is where the right to be forgotten becomes a little bit difficult. I don't believe we can order someone to forget, particularly in injustice done to them. We can invite them to forget. We can encourage them. We can give them every opportunity by caring for them, by trying to ameliorate or remediate the wrong that was done to them, and give them an opportunity to heal. But at the same time, I think if we order people to denounce their own memories, that can lead us to a very dark place, particularly when we start talking about these are corporatized or governmentalized processes that are directed and ordered by political creatures. However, if we can create a system, at least in theory, where what we do is we try to emulate that evaporation of human memory save in exceptionally powerful circumstances. For example, when our brain wakes us up 20 years later because it wants us to learn from a mistake that embarrassed us. That, I think, is a better model.
Yeah, and I think what you're getting at too is the option to choose, right? Where we're giving ourselves more choices. We have more information. We're able to make educated decisions about what's good for us rather than being profiled and being nudged in certain directions, especially for kids at a very, very young age who may not realize that this is going on. Looking forward, in order to build a better digital infrastructure for ourselves and for future generations, it seems like we need to come at this from many different angles. There's no one silver bullet solution. And first, I want to talk about kind of the public sector, the governmental response. And in previous interviews, you've mentioned that it shouldn't be completely left up to the individual to fend for themselves against these very powerful technologies. How do we push for governments, or how should governments be thinking about this in order to create a more human-centered approach to these topics of privacy and data protection?
I think one of the most interesting things about the problem of, let's say, surveillance capitalism today, and the rise of surveillance states that it has produced, is how clearly this entire regime is based on a single principle, which is that records can be created about a person by third parties, and they are not owned by the person, the subject of the records, but rather they are owned by the creators of the records. This is the entire house of cards. Now, in the United States legal system, this is known as the third-party doctrine. It is a sort of walk around the judicial warrant requirement for police work is the origins of it. And it was decided in the 1970s. When the internet as it exists today would have been a fantastic leap of the imagination for a 70-year-old judge sitting at the bench. But at the highest level, the courts decided that in an individual case where the police had an individual suspicion of wrongdoing on the part of a particular person, they could go to a third party, the phone company, ask the third party to share records voluntarily. The third party could do so, and this did not implicate the privacy rights of the subject of those records, the person who was being investigated. And the judge in this case, I think, was influenced because the person in this case actually was a criminal. The police were correct in identifying this person, but they bypassed the normal judicial process and they went, can we just get the phone company to play ball and show us these records? And the phone company said yes. The defense lawyer challenged this, and the court said, well, no, because they weren't his records. His privacy rights weren't implicated. They were the company's records, and the company was free to do whatever they wanted with them. This was a case called Smith versus Maryland in U.S. law. The problem is, in the 50 years since this decision, we have gone around the world. Well, if this reasoning holds for an individual in an individual case, it applies to the collective in the collective case. If one person doesn't have a right or an interest in their privacy or in their records held by a third party, then no one does. We can extrapolate this out to the whole world. And now we have this giant ecosystem based on one mistake of law. Smith versus Maryland was decided, in my opinion, incorrectly. The reality is we have a privacy interest in records about ourselves and our activities, our past behaviors, regardless of who they were held by, regardless of any prior agreements. And I do think there should be some level of law and regulation, whether we're talking about the police and their investigatory capabilities, which again, we should all remember our privacy rights are very easily overcome by investigators in any country, whether we're talking about police or intelligence. We have, centuries of history here. They go to the judge, they show their evidence. The judge goes, okay, fine, spy on that person, put a bug in their car, put a bug in their house, because we have reasonable grounds to believe they are acting in a dangerous or harmful capacity. We investigate that. We have processes for handling that. So we understand that the central flaw in this whole structure, again, is the mass collection or bulk collection, as the government terms it, of records about people, the extreme retention of it, even if it is a nominally limited retention period. They go, oh, it's only 3 years, only it's 5 years. That is a long time for human behavior. And then, again, the sharing, the processing, the operationalizing of these records. How do we start to correct for that? And again, what are the other sort of policy points by which we could adjust that? I think there's two. One is, again, this misunderstanding of law from a prior era where this wealth of records did not exist, held by this number of parties. The ecosystem is just so much more complex and advanced than it was back then. The second thing that we have completely avoided in the context of law, which we don't do in other spaces, is a failure to recognize the limitations of contracts, a failure to recognize what we can and cannot agree to. The idea that a person could obligate themselves to a fundamental and continuing violation of their rights simply because they signed their name on a page or because they clicked OK to continue is not recognized elsewhere. You cannot sign yourself into slavery. You cannot engage in a fundamental violation in your rights and then have the legal system perpetuate that violation of rights to shelter that violation of rights. You can't do that if you're an adult. You certainly can't do that if you're a child, because you can't enter into these contracts at all. And yet we allow contract law to shelter this whole framework of globalized international abuse. And I think that's a mistake. We need to recognize there are things that, even if you agree to them, do not make the activity any more permissible or any more legal. Now, of course, the more immediate failing of that is we presume that people have consented to these agreements at all, and the idea that this consent is meaningful, this idea that this consent is informed, is, again, it's a fiction. But I think it's important to recognize that there are multiple prongs on which this contract argument that we agreed to this fails. One, that we agreed to it at all. Two, that if we agreed to it, that makes it okay. Maybe both of those are correct. Maybe we did agree to it, maybe we did agree to it, but even if we did agree to it, it doesn't matter because the contract itself is abusive. The results of this kind of business model are socially and individually corrosive.
Do you have any commentary about COPPA, for example, as a public policy that's been implemented in the US, specifically trying to enhance these protections for children?
I'm not especially familiar with it, but my experience with regulators' efforts to improve these spaces is that they have been more harmful than beneficial. One, because they allow an easy out for these companies. They go, well, we comply with this regulation, therefore all of our activities are compliant with law. As long as we do this, as long as we check these boxes, as long as we're in compliance with this regulation, what we are doing is okay. And the problem is that regulators are influenced by the lobbying powers of what is the largest and most influential industry on the planet today, not to fundamentally disrupt their operations. Whether we're talking about the GAFA or FANG companies, or whether we're talking about more traditional companies trying to avail themselves of the same technical capabilities in more parochial circumstances, simply within smaller nation states, the same dynamics apply. And so what we see is that we see on one side of the aisle, conservative branches of government going, let's regulate and limit some kind of behaviors that we don't like. And these are traditionally related to like sex work and traditional family values and things like that, where they're just trying to move a social agenda into a regulatory act. We also see people who are legitimately interested in the improvement of, for example, children's rights or privacy rights, but their efforts are thwarted, basically, by the lobbying influence and power of these industries that they are trying to regulate, which ends up creating a lopsided piece of legislation or regulation. What happens is the meaningful protections are diluted, while the frustrating regulations are allowed to pass because you know, a lot of these companies have no meaningful social agenda. As long as it doesn't impact their business, they'll do it. And then the third prong, which is simply make work regulations, ones which do not have a significantly impactful beneficial improvement, but they do have sort of a business cost of compliance. These large internet giants actually like this type of regulation. It's the same in any sector, not just the internet, because it creates a moat around them where they go, we're already established. We have pre-existing relationships. We have pre-existing legal offices. We have pre-existing relationships with regulators. This is the same reason, for example, that despite the recent privacy regulations in Europe, we have not seen those, you know, vaunted 4% fines of global revenue applied to Facebook or Google or any of these people that we know are in violation of the law as written. And we know they violate the spirit of the regulation as written, but simply because they go, well, all we have to do is wait out the clock. We can wait 10 years for them to finally assign a judgment against us. We will then appeal it for another 10 years. And by then, either the law will be changed, one of our many appeals will have succeeded, or we as a company will simply no longer be in existence in the same way. So it doesn't matter. You know, 20 years in technology is life and death.
And now shifting a focus, speaking to these technology companies, your fellow techies, you know, how do we do this from a technical perspective or from a corporate social responsibility perspective, or however you want to phrase it? You know, when data collection underpins the business model and is the requirement for accessing so many of these different tools and services, many of whom are used by children, increasingly used by children, how do we make a change from the product point of view and from the company point of view?
I mean, the easiest way here is there has been a assumption that is actively pushed by these internet advertising companies that if you don't let us intensely track the private lives of any individual person, none of these sites and capabilities will exist. None of them will be profitable. We cannot provide this service freely without allowing you to permit us to ransack your entire life. And yet, television, the most popular broadcast medium of the prior generation, existed without this intense level of data collection because it was not technically possible with no problem at all. Think about the rise of celebrity. Think about how endorsements worked. Think about how advertising worked. And it functioned entirely for a generation with none of these flaws, and it was extremely, ludicrously profitable. They are saying today, this is not possible on the internet, simply because we can spy on you. And if you don't let us spy on you, because broadcast mediums were not as interactive back then as digitally mediated broadcasts are today, that it's not profitable. First off, we need to recognize that that is false, and we need to deny that. Advertising is advertising. If they want to put, ads in front of a video, if they want to put ads on the side of a site before you access it, that is okay. That is permissible. We can accept that. We might not like it. We might try to narrow exceptions. We might try to regulate it. We might try to make sure the advertisement is not abusive or whatever. But none of this requires or presumes the necessity of tracking everything you do and storing it for increasing periods of time. There's not a link there. There should not be a link there. They argue that it is more profitable for them to engage in this kind of intensely targeted advertising. And I do not doubt that is true, but they are not entitled to laws that basically defend and accept the maximal extent of their profits. They're allowed to operate and engage in any business as freely as they like, so long as it does not cause harm and violate the rights of others in the society in which that business operates. So, I mean, that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to recognize that there are alternatives, that this can change. Everybody thinks, because this is out here, because this is already done, it's inevitable. The fight is over. There's nothing we can do about it. The NSA exists. The British GCHQ exists. There are these incredible spy services that can do whatever. And it's true, a lot of these guys operate beyond the law, but much of their operations, much of their surveillance is informed not by the independent operations that they do, which require intense focus and commitment of resources, people working over many years to try to spy on this person or that population is increasingly happening with mass surveillance. But many, or I would say, in fact, most of their operations are informed by access to these corporate stores of records. When we look back to the story of 2013, for which I'm famous, the revelation of global mass surveillance, we had top secret documents from within the United States government that showed what the National Security Agency considered their most valuable intelligence reporting program was entirely based on records that were derived from the internet giants who voluntarily joined this program of sharing information beyond what the law required. And so this is the thing. What Facebook knows, what Google knows, what Amazon knows, they do not necessarily know what the other one knows because they see it as a corporate advantage. They try to play against each other. They try to maximize their understanding while minimizing the understanding of their competitors in space. But governments can look into each bucket, unfortunately, with a tremendous level of ease, and then they see what all of them see together and create a more comprehensive picture. We can limit this at each stage through these things. One, we restructure their business operations by recognizing this level of data collection. First of all, we don't have a data protection problem, we have a data collection problem. The collection of the records in the first place is too much. The data retention is too long. We collect too much for too long and permit too many methods of processing it. Second, all of this collection is premised on the idea that we have consented to it. This is false. We have, the regulatory groups have agreed to it on the presumption that these business operations, this surveillance is necessary. There's a necessity to it because only this kind of intensely targeted advertising will produce the profits necessary for this to happen. But when we look at the costs of traditional modes of media and traditional business enterprises, and we look at the profit margins of these internet giants, which are some of the richest companies in the world now, they hire very few people, and instead they build very costly infrastructure that allows an increasing concentration of wealth, increasing concentration of resources, and ultimately influence over future regulations and lawmakers and politics in their country and around the world. Because at every step, we are failing to recognize what is the source of the vulnerability that they are exploiting in society, and that is the data collection problem. If we do that, whether we're talking about adults or whether we're talking about the children that could not consent to this to begin with, these are, I think, the angles that we want to look at from a policy and regulatory perspective.
And then now shifting more towards the very pragmatic day-to-day choices that we make, because a lot of this information too, we're giving up voluntarily, perhaps because we don't understand how valuable this data actually is and where it's going. There's the lack of transparency issue. But, while it still somewhat realistically rests on our shoulders to make better choices about the tools that we're using and the platforms we decide to click OK to and sign off to, what would be your advice for your fellow parents, now that you're a dad, on how to approach this issue? Because of course, that kids are going to go online and they're going to want to use these tools. All their friends are using these tools. So how can we do this in an informed and safer way?
I look at this from a lot of perspectives, because as a technologist and as a former CIA officer, NSA contractor, I know a lot about how people are monitored technically. And in my own activities, I try to do things like lock down my phone, lock down my computers, to make them produce fewer records of my activities and share those with fewer groups. And I think this is useful, and I think it's worth doing. But it is an expert activity, fundamentally. And the methods and means by which this is accomplished are constantly changing, because it's a cat and mouse game with these technology companies and governments that are trying to increase the amount of intelligence that they have access to, where they create new technical standards, new protocols. And I think about the framework by which your phone connects to the internet, any arbitrary site. How does that happen? Again, the things that you request don't get to your phone by magic. It has to happen somehow. How does it happen? And who decided how it happens? Governments have a tremendous influence in this kind of regulatory standards making process. Private companies, many of which are extremely predatory, have tremendous influence in this standards making process. And so as a result, unless you have specialist skills and you have an incredible amount of free time, I think it is unfair to ask people to engage in this kind of cat and mouse game. And even for myself, right, where it is my life's work to understand these tasks, I don't do it perfectly, because I can't do it perfectly. It is possible to limit the amount of data that is produced and produced about you, and again, who it's shared with. But all of it, all the time, it's not practical, particularly in emergency situations, particularly when you're traveling, particularly when you're in circumstances that you can't control. And so if technically it is not especially plausible or practical to be able to limit all of this information that's being collected about you as an adult, much less your children who make mistakes, 10 times a minute because they're learning how to be a person. What can we do? And I think this is where we have to say, in the first instance, we care, because that's really what matters. The fact that you are hopefully still watching this video right now puts you as a member of the elite exception, who recognizes what's happening in the world, has an opinion, I would like to think, on the fact that it can be better, hopefully that it should be better. And the result of that is that over time, collective action will mean that it will be better. Because if we can't solve it through law, or sorry, through technology, we can try to solve it through law. Now, there is one more prong of this technological thing, because I don't want people to throw up their hands entirely. We can regulate, we can legislate, and that will improve things. It will never solve things completely, but we can completely structurally revamp the surveillance economy, which, as it exists today, should not exist. Now, when I said technically, it's so difficult, it's so hard, it's an expert thing, just like with law, we need to ask ourselves, but what about tomorrow? And for the young people who are technically inclined, who are in this space, who are studying this right now, the reality is these systems, these standards, these protocols by which our devices interconnect, by which we interact with these services online, do not have to make this technical exploitation as simple as it is today. In fact, there are methods of encrypting and protecting communications, interactions, transactions today, using things like end-to-end encryption, or a more advanced version called zero-knowledge encryption, or zero-knowledge proofs of an act, which means, for example, there could be a service provider out there, our theoretical utility from earlier in the session, where we want to prove to them that we have paid for service at this particular address that they need to provide it to. Or let's say it's first come, first served, there's no address, like it's a vending machine in the middle of the city. And we want to show that we have paid to this vending machine electronically, digitally. We're not putting a coin in the machine or anything like that. But we're not showing them who we are. We're not showing them where the payment came from. We're only showing that there was a payment, that it was our payment for, this purpose or whatever at this time. And that can be done through cryptographic proofs today. This is important relative to things like digital currencies. We have some like Bitcoin, which most people have probably heard about at this point, which is an open ledger. Every transaction that happens on this network, anyone can look at. You don't necessarily see the identity, but regulators can see the identities because they know this person bought this amount of currency from this location where they showed their passport. This person sold then the transactions from that at this place that owns this store that that person made a transaction at, and so on and so forth. Bitcoin is in many ways a very intensely surveilled payment network. But improvements upon that could result in the fact that you could pay for power, you could pay for rent, you could pay for access to any service without prejudgment or any other form of prejudice, without any kind of identification or requirements for exposing yourselves to this level of surveillance. They simply offer a service, you simply avail yourself to that service by using technology. Now, when we extrapolate this onwards, it can be the same thing for access to sites. You could even perform a little bit of digital work, not you personally, but your devices could do a little bit of work for this other network. Let's say something like YouTube, which is very capital intensive. They have to have a lot of services or servers out there in a data center that store all these videos. They then have to send these videos using bandwidth that costs money to different people around the world. Maybe they go, that's too expensive. And even though it's not true in our regular untargeted advertising models, we described it earlier, even if we presumed that that was persuasive, what if instead of providing identity information, our devices shared their capability? If we watch a video, Maybe we save on our phone, invisibly to us, we don't care, a small portion of a video, which then when someone else requests it, it doesn't need to come from the YouTube data center. It comes a little bit from our phone and a little bit from somebody else's phone, 3 states away. All of these things can work in aggregate. The potential of technology for uplifting our human circumstance is unlimited. The only factors that will restrict this progress are our own human wisdom and our will to see it done.
And this leads perfectly into a final question to wrap up our conversation about having any motivational words of wisdom and inspiring the younger generation to think outside of the box like this, to think about using technology as something that will lift us up rather than be a tool of further surveillance and observation and in some situations oppression. What would be your motivational words to young people in order to demand better solutions and make their privacy rights more actionable, especially for those children who are growing up in a surveillance state and or surveillance capitalistic systems?
I would say that a surveillance capitalistic system is a surveillance state. When you look at the challenge that we face today, as significant as they are, it's important to look back at history. The world is getting better. Despite the costs, despite the abuses, you have more information available at your fingertips now than the heads of nations had not only centuries ago, but even just a few decades ago. Now, this information space is being exploited. It is being abused. And when I say this information space, what I mean is you. When I was younger, we used to differentiate between what we did online and what we did IRL in real life, right? But the reality is what we do online is our real life, particularly in the pandemic and post-pandemic periods. It's never been clearer that digital communication is human communication. This is connection. This is interaction. This is how we live. This is how we read. This is how we share. This is how we figure out who we are and who we want to become. We as individuals are, for the first time, able to connect not just to a larger community, but to the whole of the human community, insofar as it's connected to the internet, which over time will inevitably increase. What we have to do is recognize that this system has been implemented imperfectly because it was implemented in a rush. We saw that we could do it, and so we did do it. The reason that all of this cellular spying and monitoring is possible right now, your location, if you're looking at this through a mobile device, is known, not just to your phone company, but to the global network. Even if you have location services turned off, right? You have that little button that says location services, you think you turn that off and nobody knows where you are. Of course, that's not true. They can infer your location by seeing which wireless access points are around you. They also have the fact that your phone is reporting to the nearest cellular tower. And even with location services turned off, that cell phone tower's location is known. And think about just for a second, when you dial a number on your phone and you press dial, how is it that only one phone in the world rings? It can be on the other side of the planet and it rings instantly. The only way, of course, that's possible is if the location of every phone is discoverable. And we go, okay, that phone number that you've looked up, that our local cell phone tower goes upstream to the cell phone tower provider. That provider goes, it's not my phone number. They send it to the national authority for who it is owned. They go, that's owned by this phone company. That phone company sends it down to their service center. Their service center sends it to that phone tower where they go, that's where we last saw that phone. Send a ring request for that handset. It happens instantly. Every phone's location is held in location registers, visitor location registers or home location registers. Why? Is it necessary? Is it required? Could we do it in a more privacy-preserving way? We can do it in a more privacy-preserving way. We are simply using standards and systems and protocols that were designed in the 1970s that did not expect this level of global capability. And now we have governments and companies working in unison to preserve this level of insight into the persons and populations that comprise their states, because that is a source of power and influence. It is basically a means of control. But if we cannot reform the pre-existing structure, whether we're talking about the structure of a system of technology or a system of law, we can always create a new one. The story of human progress does not end. And the next chapter, for good or for bad, will be written by you.
And so calling on the future generations to add some more creativity, ingenuity to this mix, because we need help rebuilding the system that well, we've created and the generation before us. And if you don't mind us asking, how do you plan to approach this topic with your little one? I mean, I know it's only been a couple of months, so it's not any particular rush. But have you had conversations with your partner about how you want to teach your young guy about coming into the digital world?
I have. We talk about it constantly. I mean, it's one of those things where, as you say, he has to crawl before he can walk. But the main thing is, I want him to understand, at least to a greater extent, how these systems work. One of the funny things about technology and all of these devices, all of our incredible sophistication, is that if we don't understand these tools and how they work, we don't really use them so much as they use us. We can express a desire through them, but it's really the tools that determine the result of them. But the more we understand how these things operate, how the cell phone network works, even if not in a granular sense where you need to know at an expert level, but generally, there's a handset here and there's a handset there, and there's some radio towers that are connected by cable around the world. That's all it is, right? It's a big system that's very similar to that tin can on a string connected to the neighbor's house. It's just more complex. We can start to see how those gears intermesh and turn together. And as we have a better understanding of our world, I think we have a greater level of control regarding our interactions to it. The most dangerous thing that can happen for a child is that they become dependent on systems that they do not understand, even in the general sense. And so I'd like to give him the understanding of how these systems operate. That's going to be tough when he's still walking around in diapers, but I think children shouldn't be interacting with systems on this grand scale that have a profit-motivated interest in harming them, or at the very least, exploiting them, without understanding the general framework through which those dangers arrive. And I think while this is difficult to understand for children, in the adult sense, I think in the general sense, it's very much like understanding the danger of interacting with strangers. Really, that's what a network connected device is it's a gateway to the unknown. And that can be good or it can be bad.
Yeah, and this kind of knowledge is power idea, is super important, and learning how to teach them in a way that's approachable and, instilling the risks, but also making it an empowering space, because there's so much learning and growth that can also take place online and using these tools. And this all goes back to, it makes me think about how it all began with you giving these lectures. It was about giving information and giving us all the facts that we need as a global community in order for us to decide how we want our society to be run. So hopefully this MOOC will be a modest contribution to filling the information gap, and our conversation with you can help encourage even more people to get involved in this discussion, including and especially young people who are the most impacted, of course. So thank you again for your time, and best of luck to you and your partner with the new baby.
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we get started? My name is Matt Patalski. I'm a professor in the English department and the organizer of Secrecy Week. So welcome. I want to mention first, first, please everybody turn off your cell phones, or at least turn off the ringers. And I want to thank our sponsors. First and foremost, the Office of Undergraduate Studies, which awarded me the university professorship, which in turn came with a budget that allowed me to bring Glenn Greenwald. So I really appreciate that, and I thank them. The College of Humanities, Marriott Library, ASUU contributed from their speakers fund, the BYU Humanities Center, X-Mission, the Tanner Humanities Center, and the Department of English. So I really thank the sponsors. They've gone out of their way to make this possible, and I deeply appreciate that. I also want to thank Heidi Camp and Christina Bailey in the Humanities Dean's Office, College of Humanities Dean's Office, who saved me from all sorts of potential pitfalls in organizing this. I've never done anything quite this big before. There will be a Q&A session after, a brief Q&A session. So the microphones will be going around. This is being live streamed. So please remember, and I'll remind everybody again, don't start asking your question until you have the microphone. There'll be people on either side of the aisle who will identify you, or if you identify yourself, they'll get you a microphone. So if you don't speak into the microphone, the live stream won't pick it up, okay? But I will remind everybody as well. I'm very pleased to introduce our speaker tonight, Glenn Greenwald, who's the keynote for the events of Secrecy Week. A journalist, former constitutional lawyer, and the author of the best-selling books With Liberty and Justice for Some, How Would a Patriot Act, Great American Hypocrites, and a Tragic Legacy, Greenwald is best known now for his groundbreaking reporting for The Guardian on Edward Snowden's leaking of classified information about the surveillance and mass data collection activities of the National Security Agency, a topic that is fortuitously returned to public discussion with John Oliver's interview with Edward Snowden this past Sunday on his show Last Week Tonight. Greenwald's most recent book, No Place to Hide, builds upon his reporting for The Guardian, offering a gripping narrative that would fit very well in a spy novel. Greenwald tells of his initial contacts with Snowden, their clandestine meetings along with the filmmaker Laura Poitras and the reporter Ewan McCaskill in Hong Kong in May of 2013. The book also provides the clearest account I've read of the web of NSA programs Snowden's information revealed, as well as a bracing and unapologetic critique of the idea that mass surveillance has ever made us safe from terrorism. Greenwald's meetings with Snowden are depicted in Poitras's recent film Citizen4, which won the 2015 Academy Award for Documentary Feature. And I understand that there's a feature film based on these events and directed by Oliver Stone, now in production. Greenwald has been the recipient of numerous honors, including the Top Investigative Journalism Award from the Online News Association, the ESSO Award for Excellence in Reporting, which is the, I believe, the Brazilian equivalent of the Pulitzer, a 2013 Pioneer Award from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and the 2013 George Polk Award for National Security Reporting. Foreign Policy magazine has named him one of the 100 top global thinkers. The Washington Post and Guardian jointly won the 2014 Pulitzer Prize for Public Service on the strength of the reporting by Greenwald, Poitras, and McCaskill. In addition to his books and work for The Guardian, Greenwald has written for many newspapers and political magazines, including Salon, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, and the American Conservative. In 2014, he co-founded a new media outlet, The Intercept, by means of which he has continued his essential reporting on national security issues, as well as other topics. His talk tonight is entitled Edward Snowden and the Secrets of the National Security State. Please welcome Glenn Greenwald.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, and good evening, everybody, and thanks so much for coming out tonight, and thanks as well to the University of Utah for inviting me here to speak. I was really delighted when I got the invitation and happy I was able to come for a couple of reasons. For one thing, it's been the perfect complement to what has been an excitingly unusual week for me. I've been traveling for, I think, 6 days now, and it's a week that began in Dallas last Friday when I found myself doing the Glenn Beck show. And then that was followed by my giving the keynote address to an organization headed by former Tea Party Congressman Allen West. And in a few days, I'm going to be back in Texas, where I'm going to be doing a panel discussion with former Republican Congressman Ron Paul. And now here I am in Utah, just a few miles from the shiny, sprawling new NSA facility in Bluffdale to talk about NSA and surveillance. So it's not exactly the roster of places that a lot of people would expect to find me. But I'm actually really glad that I'm able to go and speak to a really wide, diverse group of places and audiences. And I actually think it reveals a really important point about the reporting that we've been able to do over the last 20 months and the debate that we've been able to provoke. We are often told that in the United States, every single significant political controversy is definable by whether you're on the left or whether you're on the right, or whether you're a conservative or a liberal, or whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, and that where you are in those categories determines the position that you hold, and that you all essentially never have any common views with people who are in the other group. And that actually is true for a good number of issues, but definitely not all of them. And it for certain hasn't been true for the debate over surveillance and secrecy and privacy that we've been able to provoke over the last 20 months. In fact, it's been completely untrue. There is a lot of support for the reporting I've been able to do and the disclosures that Edward Snowden made on the left, but there's also a huge amount of support among people on the right. The very first prominent national politician who contacted me after we began doing the disclosures was the two-term, very conservative senator from New Hampshire, Gordon Humphrey, who wrote to me and said, "Please tell Edward Snowden on my behalf that I consider what he did patriotic and heroic." And when it came time in the United States Congress for the first time to debate whether or not we should allow the NSA to collect enormous amounts of data, not about the terrorists among us or the criminals among us, but all of us, the very first bill that was introduced, was a bill to completely defund the NSA program that collects the records of every person with whom we communicate by telephone. And there were two primary sponsors of that bill in the House. One was the first term Tea Party Republican who's 32 years old from Michigan named Justin Amash on the one hand. And his primary co-sponsor was the 35th year very liberal African-American Democratic member of the House from Detroit, John Conyers. And these two extraordinarily unlikely partners joined together and attracted an amazingly diverse coalition drawn equally from both parties across the political spectrum, even including the original author of the Patriot Act back in 2001, Jim Sensenbrenner, the Republican from Wisconsin, who said, even those among us who are the most aggressive about enacting post 9/11 legislation never dreamed that the Patriot Act would be used to indiscriminately collect information and data about all Americans. And they joined together in a coalition to try and defund this program. And if you look at polling data in terms of how Americans have reacted to the surveillance debate and the revelations of Snowden, one of the least reliable indicators of how somebody will react is partisan identity or where someone falls on the ideological spectrum. It almost tells you nothing about what somebody thinks about surveillance if you know that somebody's a Republican or a Democrat or a liberal or a conservative. That's some nice background noise for some of the things I'm going to talk about. It's like a little musical score. So, you know, the most reliable demographic attribute for determining how people have reacted to this question has actually been age. People who are in the younger age brackets have been overwhelmingly supportive of what Edward Snowden did and the reporting that we've done, and overwhelmingly concerned by what the NSA and its allies agencies are doing to the internet, in part because of the way that younger people tend to think much differently than older people about the internet. For older people, people 45, 50 and older, who didn't grow up with the internet is this sort of discrete instrument that can be used to achieve certain functions. You can buy a book on Amazon, you can make a reservation on an airline, you can receive pictures of family members, you can do very discrete tasks, and it's a helpful and useful instrument for people in those demographic age groups, very generally speaking. But for younger people who actually grew up with the internet as a central part of what they do, the internet is much more than that. It's actually a central part of the world. It's the place where you explore the world and make friends and maintain human connections and experiment with your identity and the way in which you essentially understand the world. And so to stand by and watch that instrument, that human innovation, the internet, be turned into the most extreme and comprehensive form of human surveillance has been something really menacing in the eyes of lots of Americans, regardless of ideological or partisan identity. And I think that's been one of the most inspiring, and I think maybe one of the most enduring parts of this debate. Now, there's another reason why I'm really glad to be here as part of this event, which is usually when I go places and talk about Snowden and the NSA and the revelations, it's cast as a talk about privacy or a talk about surveillance. And of course, privacy and surveillance are really important parts of the reporting that we've been able to do and the documents we've been able to reveal. But the debate that has been triggered, not just in the United States, but around the world as a result of these revelations, is about so much more than that. It has been about the proper role of journalism in democracy. It has been about the role that the United States plays in the world and the political identity of President Obama and the vast gap between the statements he makes about himself and the reality of what he does. But it's also been at least as much, if not more than all those other things, a debate about the dangers of secrecy, of government secrecy. And so I'm really thrilled to be part of an event devoted to talking about the reasons why we ought to care so much when our government essentially builds a wall of secrecy behind which it operates. I get asked all the time when I do interviews or come to events like this, this is one of the most frequently asked questions I get over the last 20 months, which is, well, you've done dozens and dozens and dozens of stories from the Snowden archive. You've read many thousands of secret documents from the US government. What has been the most shocking revelation, the single most surprising or significant revelation that you've discovered? And that's actually not a hard question for me to answer. The answer is really clear for me. It's not even close. The most shocking revelation for me has been that the goal of the NSA, the stated, explicit, overt goal of the NSA and its surveillance partners, is captured by their motto. You know, like the way football teams or universities have mottos or like states have mottos, the NSA has a motto that describes its institutional function, its objective. And it's a motto that appears over and over and over and over in many thousands of their documents. And that motto is collect it all. It's not like collect a lot of it, or even like collect all of the terrorist communications. It is collect it all. It is really the institutional mandate of the NSA, what they wake up every single day and devote themselves to doing, to figure out how to access and collect and store all communications that take place electronically by and between other human beings. Which is another way of saying, without any hyperbole or drama or inference or reading things into documents, it's just a literal description of saying that the goal of the NSA is to eliminate privacy in the digital age by being able to access all human communications that take place electronically, meaning on the internet or by the telephone. And the reason I found that so stunning, the reason I consider that to be the most surprising revelation when I get asked to apply that label to something, is not because of the way in which that system subverts privacy, although it obviously does that. The much more significant aspect to that revelation is the way in which it subverts democracy. And the reason I say that is because just think about it. The internet is unquestionably one of the most significant, if not the most significant, human innovations of the last several centuries. It has the promise to democratize and to liberalize and to radically reform and empower individuals in all sorts of ways, previously inconceivable ways. To take that and to turn it into a tool of unprecedented monitoring and coercion and surveillance, whatever else you think about the decision to do that, that decision is an extraordinarily consequential thing for a government to decide to do. And yet it was done in utter and complete secrecy. There wasn't a whiff of disclosure about the fact that we have government agencies working to turn the internet into a realm of mass surveillance. There was no discussion of it in our presidential elections. There were no press conferences about it. There were no open congressional hearings. There was zero information disseminated to the American public so that it could decide whether it wanted its government to be doing that. Now, you can call something a democracy, and you can even let the people who live in the country called a democracy every 4 years go and hide behind a curtain and punch a box next to the name of one of two political parties and decide which of it will occupy certain offices. But if you have people doing that in utter ignorance of the most consequential decisions being made, that really is just a hollow ritual. It's the symbol of democracy without any substance behind it. There was this really fascinating document. It was actually kind of amusing. There aren't very many amusing documents on the Snowden archive. Being amused is not the most common reaction when you read through them, but there was one category of documents that I actually did find amusing. It was sort of like this internal NSA newsletter, almost like a magazine, actually. It was like they have their own magazine. Just like any other magazine that you can go and buy in the store, except at the top it says top secret, which means it's a crime for you to read it. But other than that, it's a lot like just the standard magazines. And one of the interesting things about this magazine is that, you know, like every other magazine, it has like features and then it has interviews where they'll interview various security officials, people in the Pentagon or the NSA or other government agencies. And the really interesting thing is that because they thought that what they were saying would never be seen by the public, they actually are honest and like candid in the things that they say, which is really weird to read government officials speaking candidly and honestly. It's a very strange experience that I'm sure very few of you have had. I never had it before I read the Snowden archive, but that's one of the things that reading through this newsletter affords. And there was this one interview in particular that I found incredibly significant. And we actually reported on it, and it got, I think, far less attention than it deserved. It was an interview with the official at the NSA who was in charge of the NSA's partnerships with foreign intelligence agencies. So the NSA has a partnership agreement with the intelligence agency in France or Spain or India or Argentina or Korea. And this official is the one who oversees all of those partnerships with intelligence agencies in foreign countries. And the interviewer asked a lot of really probing questions. And one of the questions that he asked is, he said, you know, here's one thing I never have understood. And this was an NSA person doing the interview. He said, one thing I've never understood is, in all these other countries with whom we partner, they have elections and they have wild swings in the outcome of elections, just like we do. They have, sometimes they'll have a really far to the left party that wins and that then runs the government. And other times they have a really far to the right party that wins. And sometimes they have a centrist party. And yet the one thing I've never understood, said the interviewer, is no matter what the outcome of those elections is, our relationship with those foreign intelligence agencies never changes. It never weakens. It never gets threatened. It just continues exactly as it was. Why is that? Why don't these election outcomes, as wildly varying as they are, affect the NSA's relationship with these other agencies? And what the official said was, he said the reason that the relationships don't change is because almost nobody outside of the military structure and the intelligence structure in those countries even knows that these partnerships exist. Meaning the people that the citizens of those democracies go and elect have no idea that they have an intelligence agency partnering with the NSA in order to engage in mass surveillance, and therefore they can't change the policies of which they are unaware. And I did an event right before this event with some reporters from here in Utah. And one of them asked me, you know, have you been contacted by members of the US Congress, and what have they said? Have they been supportive? Have they been critical? What have they said? And I said, you know, actually, yes. Over the last 2 years, I probably have spoken with, I don't know how many, but a lot, you know, probably 3 dozen, maybe more, members of Congress, pretty evenly distributed from both political parties. And the thing that almost all of them have said to me overwhelmingly is, even though a lot of them won't say it in public, but some of them have, but most of them won't. But what they have told me privately is, we are so happy with the reporting that you've been able to do, because as members of Congress, we knew almost nothing about what the NSA was doing. We didn't know anything about these surveillance programs until we read about them in your articles in The Guardian or the articles that the Washington Post was publishing. And this includes members of the committees that are supposed to be engaging in oversight of these intelligence committees. And it isn't just in the United States. I've gone to, I don't know how many countries, probably 20 in the last 2 years, where I've done reporting on intelligence programs and surveillance programs. And I've spoken to a lot of members of those countries' parliaments as well. And I heard the same thing in Great Britain and in New Zealand and in Sweden, where I just was, and in Germany, where I just was, and in multiple countries throughout Europe, which is, we knew nothing about these programs until we read about them in your articles. In fact, there was a member of the National Security Advisory Committee in Parliament advising the Prime Minister in the United Kingdom, who wrote an op-ed in The Guardian, which you can go and read, in October of 2013, who said that my job as a member of Parliament was to make sure that our country's surveillance agency was doing its job and complying with the law and how it was spying on people, and yet I was kept completely in the dark about almost all of these programs. It's something I heard over and over and over again. Now, think about what that means, that kind of secrecy. What you actually have is a government inside of a government. What it really is you have an undemocratic apparatus making all of the decisions within a shell of a democracy, something that looks like a democracy, that is called a democracy, but that has almost none of the properties that we are told to believe a democracy is defined by, because you have decisions being made by a small group of often unelected people, where those decisions are being kept completely from the people that we're going to the polls and pointlessly electing to office. And I think this is really something that is almost worth thinking about more than the privacy and surveillance questions, is what are the implications for democracy when we allow this kind of pervasive secrecy to take hold. And that's why one of the things I emphasize in terms of finding common ground and speaking to diverse groups of people is there are a lot of Americans who have really different views on the surveillance question and the privacy question. I bet if you sort of gave everyone here a platform, you would hear really disparate opinions on the question of the extent to which we want our government to be spying on us and the balance between security and individual liberty. People should be debating that, and they are entitled to debate that, and they're going to have different opinions. And it's a hard question how to calibrate that balance. But regardless of your views on those questions, on surveillance and privacy, I think that we should all be able to agree that we are so much better off being able to have that debate and knowing about the programs, which is another way of saying I would really be interested in hearing, and I say this all the time to journalists who have been critical of Edward Snowden, I would be really interested in hearing anybody, especially a journalist, but any citizen, stand up and say, you know what, I actually think we would be better off if we were still ignorant about all of the things that our government was doing. I mean, to describe that viewpoint is to mock it. And I think the reason for that is that you cannot have a functioning democracy if you allow the government to be making the most significant decisions without us even knowing what it is they're doing. And I think that more than anything is what drove Edward Snowden to come forward with this information. And it's definitely what has driven our journalism. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about secrecy and kind of the magnitude of it beyond the Snowden story and beyond surveillance and the reasons that we should care a great deal about it. Most of you probably remember the 2010 series of releases that were done by WikiLeaks, where they posted to the internet many hundreds of thousands of pages detailing what the United States government did in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I remember at the time that the US media was very critical of those releases. And in order to be critical of them, they were saying two different things at the same time. They were saying, on the one hand, that WikiLeaks and the person who leaked this information, who was unknown at the time, were treasonous, that they had endangered American national security and put all kinds of people in danger. And on the other hand, they were saying, you know what, there's actually nothing new or interesting in any of these documents. I mean, it doesn't actually tell us anything we didn't already know, which I always found to be quite contradictory, right? I mean, how, if the documents were so banal and uninformative, did they simultaneously harm national security? But the reality is if you go through and actually look at those hundreds of thousands of documents that were released to the internet, it actually is true that while there are some very significant revelations in there, the vast majority of them are really uninteresting. They're just routine. They don't actually say anything at all warranting secrecy. They're just the common sort of things that governments do. And yet at the top of every one of those documents is stamped classified or secret or top secret. And the same exact thing happens if you go and spend your time reading through tens of thousands of documents from the NSA, which, as you might have heard, is what I've been doing with my life for the past 20 months. It isn't that every single page has these blockbuster, jaw-dropping revelations. Some do, but most of them are really banal. They're just uninteresting and unrevealing. They're really boring meetings between people in government over scheduling issues or vacation pay or just the sorts of things that happen in my job and your job every day that aren't even interesting to us because they're happening to us, let alone things that would be dangerous to release. And what this reflects, the fact that there are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of pages of government documents that are completely uninteresting and unrevealing and nonetheless marked top secret, which means it's a crime for you to reveal them, is that everything our government does is reflexively declared secret. The presumption with everything they do is that it should be stamped classified and secret and made a crime to release it, which is another way of saying that virtually nothing of what the government does is visible or transparent to us as citizens. Some of it is, usually the stuff they want us to know that they themselves leak to reporters is stuff that we find out because it makes some of them look good or makes some of them look bad, the ones that they want to make look bad. But by and large, most of what they do is just kept presumptively concealed. Now, that should be a massive scandal in and of itself. The fact that most of what a government is doing in a democracy is by the force of law kept secret. Nobody disputes that there's some things that the government does that are legitimately kept secret. In rare circumstances, things are supposed to be kept secret. But to essentially adopt a policy that says virtually everything that we do will automatically and presumptively be kept secret is as great a subversion of democracy as I think can be imagined, without hyperbole or exaggeration. And I think the reason that it hasn't caused as much of a scandal as it should, or really perhaps much of a scandal at all, is because we've instead adopted this idea that secrecy, excessive, abusive secrecy in and of itself, is actually not bothersome or dangerous. What's dangerous is when there's somebody in power that we dislike or distrust, and only then is it bothersome. So if there's a Democrat in office and we're a Democrat, we're not worried because there's a really good person exercising power, and we don't have to worry if what he's doing is kept secret because we trust that person to do good things. But if we're a Democrat and there's a Republican in office, that's when there's true political danger. And it happens the reverse way as well. And I know this kind of from personal experience. I began writing about politics in late 2005. And I was a lawyer at the time, a constitutional lawyer, and my principal concern was about what I perceived to be lots of abuses of political power, abuses of secrecy power, abuses of executive power, putting people in prison without charges or due process, eavesdropping on people without the warrants required by the Constitution. And so when I began writing about politics, most of what I was writing was highly critical of the Bush administration. And as a result, liberals and progressives and Democrats were really enthusiastic fans of the work I was doing. They thought it was fantastic. In fact, they're who built the political platform that I ended up having by cheering for the work I was doing and supporting it. And at the same time, most of my most vociferous critics were Republicans and conservatives who thought that the criticisms I were voicing were terrible and harmful and destructive. And starting around January 20th, 2009, my whole world reversed. And all of the liberals and progressives and Democrats who are my really good friends, well, not all of them, but a lot of them, decided that, well, actually, he's not really that good of a person at all. And at the same time, I had all these new Republican and conservative friends. And the reason was that despite the campaign planks on which he ran to reverse most of these policies, there was a great deal of continuity that President Obama embraced on policies of executive power and secrecy and obviously surveillance. And so I was criticizing the same policies, but doing so under a Democratic president rather than a Republican one. And therefore, people who liked what I was doing changed dramatically. And I think it's so important. I mean, if someone said to me, you know, I'm a genie and I'm going to grant you one political wish, you can make everyone in the United States realize one thing that you want them to realize. What is it that you wish people would realize? What I would say is that the reason that transparency and checks and balances and limitations on what people who wield power can do, the reason that's so important is not because sometimes we're going to have bad men and women in these offices wielding this power, and when in those cases we have bad men and women who can't be trusted, we need protections. Instead, it's exactly the opposite. It's that what it means to be human, just the properties of human nature, is such that it is inevitable, not likely or probable, but inevitable, that people who wield political power and are permitted to do so in the dark and without lots of checks and accountability and transparency will abuse that power and abuse it severely. We're all familiar with the phrase that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We usually invoke it when we're talking about those bad tyrants in those other countries, but it actually is grounded in a recognition of what human nature is. And if you look at what the American founders talk more about than anything else. We love to talk about the American founders like they're a monolith, like they all agreed on everything. They actually were at each other's throats at least as much as we are with one another in contemporary society. They disagreed about a huge range of things. They fought over all kinds of political disputes. But there were several core principles on which they all agreed. And their principal preoccupation, the thing that kept them up at night more than anything else, was this question. We just fought this incredibly dangerous, draining, bloody war against the world's most powerful empire to liberate ourselves from this oppressive, tyrannical monarch. And now we're about to create this new centralized federal government and vest it with all kinds of power. How can we possibly be sure that we're not just replicating the same abuses that we just fought a war to liberate ourselves from? How can we prevent the same kind of abuses of power as were so prevalent with the king? And the answer they devised was that we should assume that no human being, not just the bad ones from the other party, no human being can be trusted to wield power without immense amounts of sunshine and limitations. And I just want to share with you a couple representative quotes so you can get a sense for how absolute and in agreement they were about this. Here's what Thomas Jefferson said. In questions of power, let no more be heard of confidence in man. Instead, bind him from mischief with the chains of the Constitution. Just don't even try and talk about how certain people can be trusted with power. None of them can be. The only thing that will bind them down are legal limitations on what they're permitted to do. And John Adams was just as equivocal, if not more so. He said, there is danger from all men, not from all men in the Republican Party, from all men, period. And then he said, the only maxim of a free government ought to be to trust no man with power to endanger public liberty. I mean, this is supposed to be embedded in our DNA, that we do not trust anyone to wield power without all of these safeguards. And yet we have permitted ourselves, through a combination of genuine threats, but also deliberate exploitation and exaggeration of those threats, to be put in a position of fear where we acquiesce to the very things that the founders of this country, when creating the Constitution, most eagerly wanted to avoid. And I really think that, for me at least, is what the Snowden story has been about more than anything else. I just want to talk about a couple more issues related to that. One is, I think it's worth thinking about what happens in a free society when it comes to secrecy and privacy, and what happens in a tyrannical society. We love to talk about countries that we have tension with as being tyrannical, whether it's Russia or Iran or China and North Korea, and we love to talk about ourselves as a free society. But the United States is not guaranteed to be free forever. We can succumb to tyranny and all sorts of other erosions of freedom, just like every other country in the world can. In fact, Benjamin Franklin made that point when he came out of the Constitutional Convention and was famously asked, what is it that you created in there? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. Meaning, just because we guaranteed this on a piece of paper isn't going to be very significant if you, the citizenry, don't stay vigilant and fight for it. And so I think it's worth thinking about what that means, what it means to be a free republic, what it means to live in a tyranny. And one of the things I would say is this, that in a free republic, you have public officials, people who wield public power, political power. And public officials are supposed to have huge amounts of transparency. They're supposed to do things in public, hence the name public officials, public agencies, the public sector, with very few exceptions when they can hide things legitimately. But by and large, they're supposed to have transparency. Meanwhile, private citizens are supposed to have almost no transparency. We're supposed to be able to do things without other people watching and monitoring and storing what we do, with very few exceptions, namely when the government has reason to believe that we're engaged in some kind of criminal conduct. That's the definition of a free society. We know about what people who wield political power are doing. They have transparency. They don't keep track of, monitor, and store information or keep dossiers about us. In a tyrannical society, the exact opposite is true. And it's pretty much true of every tyrannical society you want to think of. It's exactly the opposite dynamic. Those who wield political power know everything about the citizenry. They monitor them, they store information about them, they keep dossiers on them. But the citizenry knows almost nothing about what those who wield political power are doing because they hide behind walls of secrecy. I would submit, and I don't think it's actually that controversial, that we are far closer, at least in this regard, to the tyrannical model than to the free model, where the government is storing literally billions of communication data every single day. I talked earlier about collect it all. This is not some kind of like fictitious, futuristic aspiration on the part of the NSA. They're very close to achieving that. They literally collect billions of telephone records and email events every single day, not only about foreigners, but about the American population indiscriminately. In fact, think about the reason that facility in Bluffdale exists. The reason that exists is because if you look at NSA documents from 2009 and 2010, the biggest problem that they have is that they are collecting so much information about Americans and the world that they don't have any ability to store it, just physical space to store the data they're collecting. And the reason that's so shocking is because you can now store gargantuan amounts of digital data on tiny little thumb drives. So if the problem that you have is that you don't have enough physical space to store the electronic data that you're collecting, it means that you are collecting a mind-bending amount of information about the world. And that's why that facility was built. It's basically just a storage closet for the NSA. And the bigger their capacity becomes, the more they can collect and the longer they can keep it, which means the more they can search it and troll through it and use it. That's the dynamic in which we're living, is they want to know everything about us while we know essentially nothing about them. I'm sure most of you heard of the recent controversy involving Hillary Clinton and her email server. And there's lots of reasons why people found that fascinating, almost none of which interested me at all in terms of what it says about her character or anything else like that, or the 2016 election, about which I can almost not care less at the moment. But the thing that did really fascinate me about this is that when the Snowden reporting first began, one of the most vigorous defenders of what the NSA was doing and one of the most vocal critics of Edward Snowden was Hillary Clinton. She was totally fine with the idea that the NSA is collecting enormous amounts of data about the people with whom you are communicating and what it is that you're doing and saying. And at the very same time, she was certainly extremely eager to make sure that nobody knew with whom she was communicating. She built her own server in her house to make sure that it didn't happen, and then deleted and cleaned it down to its core. And I think this is something that you see over and over and over again. I remember early on when we first revealed the metadata program, the fact that the government was collecting the list of all the people with whom you're communicating. Two senators, the two senior senators on the Senate Intelligence Committee, one Republican, one Democrat, Saxe-Beach Campos and Dianne Feinstein, came out and said, you know what, this program that is collecting all of your, quote, metadata, the list of all the people with whom you're communicating, I don't even think this is surveillance, they said, because it's not actually reading the content of your email. It's just keeping track of all the people with whom you're communicating. That's all. So like if you call a drug or alcohol addiction center or a suicide hotline or a physician who specializes in particular diseases, or you speak with somebody who isn't your spouse late at night for whatever perfectly legitimate reasons, this is something that the government is going to track and know about. But according to Dianne Feinstein and Saxe-Beach Campos, this isn't really spying because they're not actually listening to the content of what you're saying. And I remember there was this campaign that instantly arose that said, okay, Saxe-Beach Campos and Dianne Feinstein, if metadata isn't actually spying, what we would like you to do is every single day just have one of your staffers go online and post the identities of all the people with whom you've spoken on the telephone and all the people with whom you've exchanged emails and all the people with whom you physically met and where you were when you did it and the duration of the conversations. Don't worry, we're not going to know the content of what you said. We're just going to know that. And of course, it's inconceivable that they would do that because of how invasive it is. I think it reveals this really prevailing and dangerous mentality that they should know everything about us while we're entitled to know nothing about them. Now, to end, I just want to talk a little bit about privacy and why privacy matters, because I think this is a hard conversation to have, and I think it's been a really central part of the debate, and I think that it's a difficult question to really wrap your head around. Like, why should I care if the government is keeping track of this information about me? I'm not a terrorist. I'm not plotting to blow innocent people up. And I'm not even a criminal. Like, I'm not a drug trafficker, and I'm not a pedophile, and I haven't killed anybody. So I don't really mind if the government monitors everything that I'm saying and doing, because I'm actually not doing anything wrong, and therefore I have nothing to hide. This is a very common mentality that I hear all of the time as a reason why people might care on an abstract level about surveillance, but don't ultimately really mind if the government is monitoring them. And I just want to say a few things about that way of thinking. First of all, and I hope you'll test this, whether you have friends who think that or you yourself think that, by recognizing the following fact. The people who say that they don't care about privacy and they have nothing to hide, they don't actually mean it. I can promise you that. Here's how I know this. The people who say that they don't care about privacy and have nothing to hide are people who put locks and use locks on their bedroom and their bathroom doors. They put password protection on their email accounts and their social media accounts. They take all kinds of steps to make sure that things that they do and say and think are unknown to other people. In fact, every single time for the last 2 years that somebody has said to me, you know what, I don't have anything to hide because I'm not doing anything wrong, so I don't mind if I'm being monitored and watched. People are free to watch me all I want. I'm not worried. I say the same thing. I get out a pen like this one, and I write down on a piece of paper my email address, and I say, okay, here's my email address. What I want you to do when you get home is I want you to email me all of the passwords to your email and your social media accounts. Like, not just the respectable work ones under your name, but all of them, like all the ones that you use. And I want to be able to just troll through them at my leisure and then just publish whatever it is that I find interesting about you online. Why would you not do that? Like, you are not a bad person. You're doing nothing wrong. You have nothing to hide. To this day, not one single person has taken me up on this offer. It's like, I check that email account all the time. It's a very lonely and desolate place. No one ever emails me there. And there's a really good reason for that, why people don't do that. It's because they instinctively understand what the value of privacy is. Every single one of you in this room and every single person that you know have things to hide. There are things that you tell your spouse or your best friend or your psychiatrist or your physician or your lawyer that you don't want other people to know about. Not because you're terrorists or because you're criminals, but because as complicated adults who are free and interesting, we do and say things that we simply don't want others to know about because it would make us vulnerable. We all have things to hide. We all understand that privacy is a critical part of what it means to be a free adult, a place to go where people can not judge us or monitor us or keep track of what it is that we're doing and thinking and saying, which is another way of saying that having a private realm, a place that you can go where nobody watches you, is critical because it's the place in which human creativity and individuality and dissent and the opportunity to explore exclusively reside. There are all kinds of really fascinating social science studies, though I bet you don't need them because you know this already just from personal experience. These studies prove that when somebody not just is being watched, but thinks that they might be watched, they make much different behavioral choices. The range of available options to you for what you choose to do as a free human being is significantly reduced when you think that you're being watched. When you think you're being watched, the choices that you make are the byproduct not of your own autonomy and agency and individuality, but the byproduct of what you think societal expectations are of you or what orthodoxy demands of you. And that's the reason that a surveilled society, a watched society, is incredibly compliant and submissive and obedient and meek. It's the reason that every tyrant, from the most overt and violent to the pettiest and most subtle, craves surveillance because it keeps people in line. And so even if you think that you're not someone who has things to hide, just the fact that you live in a world in which everything that you do is susceptible to being watched and monitored and recorded radically changes the freedom available to you and what it means to be a free individual. And that's something that, whether we recognize it or not, is a huge damage that is inflicted upon us from surveillance. Now, I just want to end with one last kind of observation about the work that I did with Edward Snowden and a lesson that I learned from doing that work. And I especially like to talk about this when I talk on college campuses because I think it's so relevant to the college experience, but I actually talk about it in lots of other places as well, because it's a lesson that really profoundly influenced how I think about the world and will, I'm sure, influence me for the rest of my life. And it's this. When I flew to Hong Kong to meet Edward Snowden, I knew essentially nothing about him. I mean, I knew that he was somebody who claimed to have amazingly interesting top secret documents that revealed mass surveillance programs. I knew that he had some documents because I made him send me a few before I got on the plane to Hong Kong, but I didn't know how much he had. I didn't know his name. I didn't know where he worked. I didn't know his gender, and I definitely didn't know his age. And when I got to Hong Kong, and then met him, the thing that shocked me the most about him was how young he was. He was 29 years old at the time. But he looked much younger. He looked, probably 22 or 23, just like a very ordinary kind of vaguely nerdish kid that you see every day in the shopping mall. And it was actually alarming because I was thinking, is it possible this person really has access to the things that he claims? And it made us do a lot more investigating. But ultimately, once we were able to determine his bona fides, the authenticity of what he was saying, that he was who he said he was, and was doing what he said for the reasons that he said, it really struck me in a profound way, because not only was he so young, but he was also, as I said, just very ordinary. He grew up in a lower middle class home at best. His father was in the Coast Guard for 30 years. He was somebody who had no power or position or prestige of any kind. He was working for a massive corporation, Booz Allen, and had worked prior to that for Dell and the CIA and the NSA, just in huge institutions, kind of a very obscure, anonymous person. And yet, through this incredible act of courage and act of conscience, and whatever else you think of him, it was those things by definition. He took action that he thought would send him to prison for the rest of his life in defense of political values that he believed in. Through an act of conscience and an act of courage, he literally changed the world. He did. He changed the world. He radically changed how hundreds of millions of people, not just in the United States, but around the world, think about a huge array of issues. It spawned legislative reform in multiple countries. It has caused very fundamental changes in how the individuals behave on the internet and think of the internet and think of their own privacy rights and the threat of government secrecy. The effects of it are things that we won't know in full for many years, if not decades. And the reason I find that so profoundly important and so striking is that ever since I began writing about political issues, I've sensed this really intense defeatism on the part of almost everybody. It's a really powerful temptation. It's a sense that tells you that no matter what injustices you think you've confronted, that you really can't do much about them because you're just kind of powerless. And these institutions are really formidable. And there's no way for you to do much about them. It's almost a relief to tell yourself that, because it means that you don't have to do anything about them, right? Well, I can't change it, so I'm going to go ahead and just, put my feet up and relax and tell myself that I can't. And there's all kinds of examples throughout human history. I would say probably most of the most significant societal changes that have come exactly from that, from really ordinary, powerless people changing the world through acts of conscience, whether it's, Rosa Parks, totally obscure and powerless, just taking a stand and spawning and fueling a civil rights movement, not just in the US, but around the world, or a Tunisian street vendor who sets himself on fire and sparks this incredible democratic revolution that brings down some of the world's most entrenched tyrannies. I mean, that to me is the lesson of Edward Snowden that we should all always keep at the forefront of our minds, which is that every single institution built by human beings, no matter how formidable or powerful it seems, can always be undermined and altered and even torn down and replaced by other human beings, just by individuals who are acting with a sufficient amount of political conviction and courage and conscience. And I think that, to me, is the most important lesson of the last 20 months. So with that, I thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to the Q&A session that we'll have now. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Greenwald has agreed to take some questions. So just a reminder, since we're live streaming this, please make sure before you ask that you have a microphone in your hand and you speak into the microphone.
Mr. Greenwald, thanks for coming. I'm a University of Utah alumni. I have two questions. One, before Edward Snowden, you mentioned that you were writing a book about Noam Chomsky and his exclusion by the US media. So I was wondering if you're finishing that book. But secondly, I wanted to push back a little bit on what you said at the end of your talk. And the reason I say this is that if you look at Benjamin Page's study from Princeton, that he looked at the last 30 years, 40 years of policy, public policy, and then he looked at public opinion. And what he found was that if you're in the bottom 70% of the income scale, you have statistically zero influence on policy. If you're in the 1%, you have policy made, essentially. So I'm wondering, how optimistic are you that change can happen? And why haven't we seen something like the Church Committee in the 1970s? I haven't seen very much movement, especially from, I would say, the elite in this country towards something like that. And I wonder, without that, how much change can we really have for people who are not in the most powerful or that highest 1%? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And as far as the book, that was my plan. And I've noticed this interesting phenomenon that when you're working on things and then somebody suddenly appears in your life and hands you many tens of thousands of documents from the most secretive agency of the world's most powerful government, it does disrupt your plans. And you do tend to work on that to the exclusion of other things. So I'm starting now to think about what I might do next, and that's a possibility. As far as the question that you asked about sort of the powerlessness of people, it's something I've actually been thinking about the last 24 hours because I think you mentioned the John Oliver segment, right? I don't know how many of you saw that, but it was a really interesting 30-minute discussion about surveillance and democratic debate by John Oliver, which included a kind of interview that he did with Edward Snowden 2 weeks ago in Moscow. And it was interesting and good, but one of the parts about it that I actually didn't like was that a lot of people took away from it was they sent cameras to Times Square and they just randomly asked people, hey, what do you think of Edward Snowden? And a large number of them said, Edward who? Like they didn't know who Edward Snowden was. Or if they knew it, it said, oh yeah, that's that guy who like sold documents to WikiLeaks. It was, like stuff like that. And John Oliver tried to make this point, well, look, you kind of unraveled your life for this political cause, and obviously the whole thing failed because huge numbers of people don't even know who you are. And I thought it was a really misleading point because if you look at the American public broadly, there is an enormous amount of widespread, almost full-scale political disengagement. In our presidential elections alone, like the peak of political involvement, 40 to 50% of Americans, of the voting age population, simply don't vote, even in presidential elections. Like they just choose not to participate. In midterm elections, just once every 2 years, we elect who's going to run the Congress. 2/3 of Americans are, I don't think it's worth going and even voting. If you look at what they know and don't know, it's even more shocking. If you ask Americans, who is the current vice president, not like who was the 9th vice president, like right now, like who's the vice president, 42% of Americans will not know. Which means like if you go to Times Square and do that same thing that John Oliver did, but instead of saying who's Edward Snowden, you say, hey, by the way, what do you think of Joe Biden? People are gonna be like, Joe who? And it gets even worse. I think 15% of Americans are capable of naming the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And it's easy to kind of scoff at that and be like, oh, that shows Americans are lazy or not very smart. I don't think that's the lesson at all. I actually think the lesson is that huge number of Americans have chosen to turn away from the political process because they perceive that they have no role in it, that they can't influence it, and that its outcomes don't really make much of a difference in their lives. And there's good reason for it. I mean, if you have a Hillary Clinton versus Jeb Bush monarchical contest, I mean, presidential election, you're going to have exactly the same people, literally exactly the same people providing most of the funding. People on Wall Street will provide most of the funding equally to both of those candidates because they know that they'll have their interests served with each. And so, yeah, I agree. I think those studies are clear that like if you're in the bottom 70% socioeconomically or politically, you don't have any influence. So when I say I'm optimistic about people's ability to change things, I don't mean by going to the polls and choosing between one of the two political parties. I mean by stepping out of that process. And, as I said at the end, I mean, there is no such thing as a political system created by human beings invulnerable to very radical fundamental change. That could be revolution. It could be something much short of it. But when the population gets discontent enough, they find ways to refuse to continue to assent to the assertion of unjust power. And however that happens, I think it's clearly always possible.
Quick 2.5 questions. The first is, do you think that Edward Snowden, given rumors that he's possibly considering coming back to America, would have perhaps been better off moving to the People's Republic of Portland, Oregon, and saying, arrest me, but give me a big microphone? Secondly, regarding presidential leadership, what would you have President Obama say publicly and maybe do privately that would be different? I get the sense you think he's devolved on the issue rather than evolved.
You mean about surveillance? Or?
Secrecy, surveillance,
Right.
The NSA, all these issues kind of intertwined. And then the half question is, do you or Mr. Snowden maybe have any regrets about how things happened? Is there anything you would have done differently?
Okay. So those are, I would think, 3 fully formed questions rather than 2.5. And I might need some help actually remembering them all. So yeah, actually the first one was about Snowden returning to the US. So that's a complicated question, but there's a great op-ed by Daniel Ellsberg in June of 2013 in the Washington Post, which I would encourage you to read on this topic. Because I remember early on when we first unveiled Snowden, people said, well, he's not like that heroic Daniel Ellsberg. Daniel Ellsberg stayed and faced the music, and Edward Snowden fled. And if he had stayed in the US, I would be supportive, but it bothers me that he's in China. He was in Hong Kong at the time. And Daniel Ellsberg wrote an op-ed and said, actually, Edward Snowden is totally right to have fled. And the reason is that we live in a completely different country than the one we lived in 1971 when I, Daniel Ellsberg, stood up and said, yes, I did leak the Pentagon Papers, and let's go to court where I can argue that I did the right thing, and I can spend the weeks and months leading up to the trial holding press conferences and engaging the public about why I did it. We now have such a overwhelming national security ethos in the United States that somebody who is accused of violating espionage laws and national security and harming national security is instantly detained and put incommunicado in prison so they can't engage the public. Even worse, they're charged under this very extreme law that was never intended for this purpose. I mean, Edward Snowden is charged under a World War I statute that criminalized espionage. Now, whatever you think of Edward Snowden and what he did was not espionage. He didn't spy for other countries. he took material and came to journalists. He didn't pass any to foreign governments. He didn't sell any classified documents of things we traditionally think of as espionage. And under this statute, if you're charged with violations of the Espionage Act and you go to court, what people in Washington all the time say is, Edward Snowden should face the music. He should come home, and if he thinks he did the right thing, go to court and argue he did the right thing by disclosing this information. What I assume they know is that that is completely deceitful, because under the law, if you're charged with violation of the Espionage Act, you are barred from raising that as a defense. You are not allowed to go into court and to say, yes, I disclosed classified information. And the reason I did it is because this information should never have been kept secret in the first place, and I was justified in leaking it. If you leak classified information as a government employee, you are guilty of espionage, period, and justification is not a defense. So he feels like he wouldn't get a fair trial. He believes, I think with great justification, that he would be immediately detained and put into prison, allowed no contact with the outside world, and there would be no benefit to it, and there'd be no fair trial, and he would spend the next 40 years in a cage. And it, I think, is easy to say, okay, well, he probably would spend the next 40 years in a cage, but I think you should do it anyway because there's political value or it's the right thing to do. It's really easy to call for people to submit to a penal state. I'd much rather have Edward Snowden free to participate in the political debate that he helped to start, writing op-eds, giving interviews, defending what it is that he did. As far as President Obama, you know, I think that he should just do what he said he was going to do. I think he should have the most transparent administration ever. I think he should reign in the surveillance state. And, you know, he himself has said that the debate that has been started is a really healthy debate to have. And most people will say that, as I said earlier. No one will say, I think we're better off if we had remained ignorant. I think it's such a weird thing to go around saying, this is a really great debate that we're having. It's really healthy and valuable. And I want to take the person who started that debate and throw them into jail. Like, that to me just really doesn't follow. And then the final question, you know, about whether we regret things. Yeah, I mean, if you are making hugely consequential choices as a journalist about information that should be public or shouldn't be, if you're making really difficult choices about how to engage the public, about the things you're arguing, about how you're arguing them, of course, you're going to make a ton of mistakes. And I mean, I could easily reel off the top of my head, you know, 5 or 6 things that I wish I had have done differently. You know, and I think Edward Snowden has talked about mistakes he made too, like the time that he agreed to ask Vladimir Putin a question, thinking he could stand up to Putin and challenge him aggressively, and instead it got turned into this propaganda coup. Yeah, we're human beings and we're imperfect, and we made a lot of mistakes. But if you look back at what we thought what was gonna happen in Hong Kong and what the range of likely outcomes was, the debate that we were able to provoke around the world, which continues to rage to this day, 20 months later, is unbelievably gratifying, and I think way better than anything we in our wildest dreams thought we could achieve.
Thanks for being here, Glenn. I was one of your 4 or 5 Republican supporters during the Bush administration.
Great,
so.
Welcome then.
I wanted to actually dovetail on your last response to that half of a question about having to make those tough decisions between what to disclose and what not to disclose. I understand that as a condition of being given the Snowden archive, you made assurances or promises to Ed, to Snowden that you would not disclose certain things or that you would take some care to do that. On the same hand, you said that to describe this situation is to mock it, that being that, you know, we're better off for the debate that we've had and we, you know, much prefer to be ignorant, that type of thing. Would you see it as a net benefit, a net harm, or a net help if somebody, if WikiLeaks or somebody else were to obtain access to that archive and just publish the entire thing? Do we need journalists to filter it and only selectively disclose, or should we, would we be benefited as a society more broadly to be informed about the entire cache?
So I have pretty radical views of transparency, I think, compared to, say, the standard population. Like, I definitely fall on the far end of the pro-disclosure, pro-transparency, anti-secrecy spectrum. That said, there are things in that archive that I have zero doubt should not be disclosed. For example, I'm not going to disclose it, I'm just going to describe it. I'm sorry to get you all excited. Oh, he's going to break a huge story that he just said shouldn't be broken. There are materials in the archive that are essentially emails that the NSA has collected and gathered from people they were interested in, or transcripts of their telephone calls or their chats. If I were to take that material and just indiscriminately publish it, that would be an extraordinary violation of those people's privacy. Why would I possibly publish private communication between people that the NSA has collected? Or there are internal discussions that the NSA has about various people that they think are bad in some way or another. I think that person's a terrorist. I think that person's an extremist. I think he's plotting to do bad things. I think she's done this. Why would I take information and destroy people's reputation by publishing unvetted accusations that the US government internally has made about huge numbers of people? There is information about what the NSA has done in Afghanistan and Iraq, and to a large extent is still doing, to find roadside bombs that when they blow up kill not just US service members, but also innocent people. Why would I want to ruin programs that are finding roadside bombs in Yemen and Somalia and Afghanistan and Iraq? So, yeah, and then there's the identity of lots of individuals, where if you publish the information, you could expose them in all kinds of ways. And then there's information that in there that's very difficult to understand, even for technical experts, because you only have part of the information, but you don't have all of it. So publishing it, it's almost impossible to predict what the consequences is because you don't actually know what you're publishing. So, it is interesting to have been put in the position where, in some sense, I'm actually keeping some of the same secrets that the NSA has been keeping. And we've been criticized by WikiLeaks and other people who I guess are even further down that spectrum than I am, saying that, look, what you're doing is wrong. You should be just taking all that stuff and throwing it up on the internet. But for one thing, we had a source who, if he wanted all that information thrown up on the internet, he could have just thrown it all on the internet himself. He didn't need me or the Washington Post or the Guardian to do it. He could have just done that. That's not what he wanted. He wanted us to very carefully vet the material, only publish the stuff that was needed for the public to have a meaningful debate, and not publish things that could legitimately endanger people or otherwise destroy their reputations. And we just add on one anecdote about that. About 9 months ago, we did a story on identifying Muslim American leaders in the United States who had been targeted with a really invasive surveillance. A member of the Homeland Security Department who ran for Congress and who was a lawyer, a leader of the largest Muslim civil rights organization in the country, CARE, and several other prominent Muslims. When we were going to do the reporting, we had 25 people who we wanted to identify as just abusive, inappropriate surveillance targets, people who were targeted for their ethnicity or their political activism, not because they conceivably pose any threat. And before we did the reporting and identified them, we went to them and we said, kind of have some bad news. Your name appears continuously in NSA documents, and they've been reading all your emails and listening to your calls. And we don't think it was the right thing to do, and so we want to report this. We want to name you as a person that they've targeted. And the vast majority of people that we went to, who are overwhelmingly Muslim Americans, said, please do not do that. Because if you do that, it will forever be attached to my name that the US government was suspicious of me and thought I was doing something wrong, and it will stigmatize me in front of my neighbors and my colleagues and my future job and professional opportunities, and it will destroy my reputation, and I desperately want you not to do it. Should we have just ignored their wishes and just thrown that stuff up on the internet and named them anyway? I would never do that. And so it has been a really difficult balancing act all the time, because we also as journalists have a duty to the public not to let things that shouldn't be kept secret be kept secret. But it's been a really difficult choice. And that's why I said I'm sure we've made lots of mistakes in trying to balance that. But that's the job that you undertake when you accept this.
Hi, my name's Kevin. I'm in the communication department. Thanks for the inspiring talk and the eloquent defense of privacy. It helps kind of recharge depleted batteries of optimism, so I appreciate that. And in terms of changes you've made, my partner and I did a social network analysis about conversations, networks about surveillance before and after the Snowden revelations, and it's a marked change that happens. Two super quick questions. One's a yes or no. The first question is, watching the movie in Citizen 4, you all are careful, worried about being surveilled, all that kind of stuff. Even the red mantle of power. But then you do all the revelations and Snowden reveals himself while staying in the same Hong Kong hotel. What was up with that? Did anyone think about him like going to where he wanted to go before doing that? And I'm just purely curious. And the other question was, you know, environmental issues are so important nowadays globally, and they have military ramifications, they have corporate ramifications. I was just wondering if the NSA documents reveal anything about environmental issues or environmental activism and surveillance. Thanks.
Yeah. So just on the second question, I mean, it's interesting that even people who pay close attention, there have been so many revelations that you can actually overlook some or forget some. Actually, when I went to do my book, and my editor said, you know, you're going to do all these new revelations, but you've got to kind of describe what has been revealed so far. And I went back and looked at all the articles that have been written. I actually forgot about a lot of big stories, including ones that I had reported. So, you know, it's been a really complicated thing. But yeah, there's been stories about that we've done about NSA spying on environmental conferences, on climate treaties, trying to manipulate the process to gain advantage for American industry at the expense of other countries' emission standards. So yeah, there's definitely environmental objectives as part of the surveillance scheme. As far as the first question, which was yeah. Okay, I got it. I momentarily slipped my mind, which happens with multi-part questions. So one of the things that I think people don't quite fully get about Snowden is how genuinely selfless his decision was. Because the reason that he chose Hong Kong to go to is because his only goal, and if you think about it, it's totally understandable, was to make sure that if he was going to take this enormous risk and leave a trail that he took all these documents and leave his job and his family and everything else, he wanted to make sure that the reporting actually happened, that he got the documents into our hands and that we were then able to get the reporting done, and that nothing could interfere with that. And so he wanted to make sure to go to a place where the United States government would have a really difficult time, even if they discovered what he was doing, a difficult time disrupting it, which is why he chose Hong Kong. So every choice that he made was always about, how do I make sure this reporting happens? That's what he was obsessed with. And he thought very, very little about what would happen to him once he got revealed. And I remember on a couple of occasions, both Laura and I said to him, well, you know, like, what's your exit plan? Like, you know, once we start doing these stories and then we identify you, where are you going? And like, what is your plan? Are you going to just turn yourself in? Do you have a hiding spot? Do you plan to go somewhere? And he said to us, I want you not to know about any of those plans for two reasons. Number one is, he said, I don't want anybody to be able to say that you've helped me flee, because I'm worried that you can be arrested and that will prevent you from doing the reporting. And secondly, you know, he said, it's just better if you don't know. It'll just help you in your work, and I want you to focus on your work. So he really did keep us out of that part of the plan. And once, you know, I genuinely don't think, I think he thought about it a little bit. But, you know, obviously, if he were really worried about what was going to happen to him, he wouldn't have done what he did in the first place. His overriding preoccupation was getting this material out to the public. And everything else, he meticulously planned that. Everything else after that, as you saw in the film, it was just sort of by the seat of his pants.
Wow, it's such an honor, sir.
Thank you.
My name's John Faust. I came from Idaho. I have a podcast, and anyway, it doesn't matter. So I wrote it down because I didn't want to screw it up. I started my podcast because I was inspired by Edward Snowden. Well, partially, mostly, and we actually, anyway. Mike, I don't know what I can do. I don't know how. I mean, you said how I'm certainly not the 1%. I can't. But I have an idea. I want to start a crowdfunded campaign to deliver a pizza to Edward Snowden. I'm not even kidding. Because I know he loves pizza. I want to know, if I started this crowd campaign, would you help me get it to him?
The pizza?
Yes. Even if it has to be some like weird like drop off, like we have the Russian Domino's guy, like bring it to a mailbox and like put it underneath and like he has to go get it. Because I will do it if you'll help me get it to him.
Well, I think you found lots of supporters, probably just in this room. I think you could gather the necessary funds to
Oh no, there'll be breadsticks.
Oh, breadsticks. All right. Well, then we'll probably have to go outside the room. Yeah, I mean, yes. I think it's a nice thought. And one of the interesting things is that when you're in the middle of a story like this, people who are not all that happy with what you've done tend to make themselves really vocal. And people who are supportive tend not to express themselves as much. And I often remind him when I talk to him that there are a huge number of people around the world, everywhere I go, in fact, when his name is mentioned, who explode with applause and are really supportive. So I think expressions of support like that are great. And if you're serious about it, just send me an email. You can find my email address online, and I'll be happy to talk about that.
Nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh man, I don't know how to follow that question /
It's
request.
hard.
So a moment ago, you mentioned all these harsh laws that are totally outdated that penalize whistleblowers. So I just was curious what you see in the future for future whistleblowers. Do you think people will come out after they've seen what's happened to Snowden and other people like who's been penalized so badly from exposing this information?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's actually a really important issue because we talked earlier about the unprecedented punishment of whistleblowers under the Obama administration. And, it's not just vindictive. Like, they didn't just wake up one day and say, we want to go on this rampage. There's actually a rationale to it. And the rationale is this. It is really hard in the digital age to safeguard huge amounts of information from disclosure. In fact, it's almost impossible. I'll tell you what I mean. My childhood hero growing up was Daniel Ellsberg. And one of the great honors of writing about politics and stuff is that I've gotten to become friends with Daniel Ellsberg. And if you talk to Daniel Ellsberg about leaking the Pentagon Papers and the challenges that he faced, what he says is the greatest challenge that he had was he was inside the RAND Corporation working with the Pentagon and saw this multi-volume top secret document filled with, I think it's 16,000 pages that proved that the American government had been systematically lying to the American people about the Vietnam War, telling Americans we're on the verge of winning, but these documents show at the very same time they were claiming that, internally they were saying the war was unwinnable. All these really significant revelations, and his greatest challenge was, how do I get 16,000 pages to the New York Times? Do I go to a drugstore with a bag of quarters and Xerox them, top secret documents just at a mimeographic machine? That was his greatest challenge. There was a logistical problem. They could just keep 2 or 3 copies in a locked filing cabinet, and it was really hard just physically to leak them. Now, all of this material is stored digitally on tiny little thumb drives. When Chelsea Manning, formerly Bradley Manning, leaked all of that material to WikiLeaks, it was many, many hundreds of thousands of pages, which were downloaded, I think, in about an hour and a half, and shipped off to WikiLeaks without any detection. It's impossible for the government to prevent these kinds of disclosures, physically prevent it. And so what are they left to do? And what they're left to do is to create a climate of fear where they say, if you are somebody who's contemplating doing this, we want you to look at what we've done to the people who have done it in the past. We have prosecuted them aggressively under felony charges that could send them to prison for the rest of their lives. We put them in solitary confinement. We force them into exile in Russia where they can't leave the country. We will destroy you if you do it. It's a way of just deterring people by making them fear the consequences of what people in Washington have been doing for many, many decades, and on which our democracy actually depends, which is leaking classified information to journalists or the public that is necessary to inform the public of what's taking place. What's really interesting about it, though, is as aggressive as they've been and as, sort of destructive as they've been to people's lives who have done it, more and more people keep doing it. And I don't know how many of you have seen Citizen4, but the last scene of that film is about a very, very significant source inside the US government who has come to us, inspired by Edward Snowden, and provided us with, I can't say anything much about it, but very sensitive material that is going to enable us to do some really significant reporting. Inspired by Snowden, not intimidated by the government. And I think the reason for that is that it's almost this kind of interesting counterproductive dynamic where the more abusive and aggressive the government gets, the more people inside government start thinking, wow, this is a government that really needs transparency. I don't actually trust them any longer to do these things in secret. And the more people come forward in reaction to it. So I think the tactic that they're using probably deters some people, but is producing a lot more future Daniel Ellsbergs or Edward Snowdens. And it's a really counterproductive cycle for them that I actually hope continues.
Thank you for coming to the university and articulating what I think can only be described as a crisis of legitimacy here in our government. It's certainly my experience, or I would, putting my life experience to these facts that you've presented, it seems to me that one can only say that the existence of this data collection says that it will be abused. The very fact that it exists says that this data collection will be abused, I believe. You made a very interesting point that I hadn't really thought about today, and that is that the fact that the population knows it's being surveilled in itself has its own effect and sort of bringing the herd into compliance. Do you think you are an unwitting accomplice in that, just in the fact that you're letting everybody know what's gone on, and maybe there are powers that be that like the fact that you're doing this, and this is sort of part of a quieter objective? And if so, yeah.
You know, it isn't the case that before the Snowden reporting began, that people were entirely unaware that electronic surveillance existed. Or even that there had been pretty significant cases of surveillance abuses in the past. In 2005, the New York Times won a Pulitzer Prize for revealing that the NSA was eavesdropping on the telephone conversations of Americans without first going to the FISA court and obtaining a warrant for it. In 2006, USA Today revealed that there was a phone metadata program where millions of Americans were having data stored about them. And in 2010, the Washington Post ran this 3-part series called Top Secret America by Dana Priest and Bill Arkin that said, among other things, that the NSA was collecting 1.8 billion communication events about people every single day. So the existence of a surveillance state had been known. But the glimpses into it were very isolated and not nearly as comprehensive as they needed to be to spur a meaningful debate. So I don't think that what the Snowden reporting did was switch people from completely unaware to the fact that they might be being watched to aware for the first time about it. I think we've all been aware that things like the internet and our telephone calls are susceptible to being monitored. I mean, we're a country that lived through 50 or 60 years of J. Edgar Hoover's FBI and all of the infiltration of anti-war groups and anti-government groups and the civil rights movement. So none of this is, as a concept, entirely new. So no, I don't think that it's only because of Edward Snowden that for the first time Americans realize that they might be watched. But I mean, it might be a side effect. It might be sort of a cost of doing it, that it can almost spread a sort of paranoia. But, you know, as a journalist or somebody who's inside of the US government, as Edward Snowden was, I mean, I think that the primary consideration you have to ask is, what is it that my fellow citizens ought to know in a democracy so that they can do something about it? And, you know, between having everybody be subjected to a surveillance state that they don't know about and therefore can't do anything about, and having them subjected to a surveillance state that they know about and therefore can do something about, I think the latter outcome is infinitely preferable. So thank you again, everybody, very much.
Thank
Really
Glenn Greenwald.
Thanks so much.
beaucoup de supporters à Saint-Georges. On est une
Wow, this is huge. Look at they go forever. This is by Atchison outside of Edmonton, heading into Calgary, January 23rd, 2022. Convoy. More than trucks, lots of cars and trucks. Very impressive. Goes on forever.
Ok, je suis avant Toronto un matin, là. Je suis loin, là. C'est avant tout le monde, là. Ça fait style pour aller se placer sur le viaduc. Yeah! Les truck stops sont bien pleins à rebord. Il y a du monde en sacrament. Hey, je suis d'avance, là. Le convoi arrive à North Bay à soir, en haut d'Ontario. Fait qu'ils ont de l'avance en sacrament. Il doit y avoir un convoi qui arrive de Windsor ou de quoi aujourd'hui, là. Ils les attendent parce que sacrament, il y a du monde, ici. Check-moi le troupeau de monde, esti, c'est malade. Ils sont malades. Yes, sir, esti.
trucker. What do you think of that?
I can't wait to be in Ottawa in 2 days. Need a what? I'm good, mate, but I'll be in Ottawa in 2 days. See you, brother. Fridge is full already.
Walmart, Captain Tire et tout ça. Puis on va vous filmer et nos super supporters. Merci à tous d'être là. On tourne le cloche. Il paraît qu'il y a environ 500 personnes minimum. Ça sera pas bien long. Woo! On a beaucoup de supporters à Saint-Georges. On est une... Wow, this is huge. Look at they go forever. This is by Atchison outside of Edmonton, heading to Calgary, January 23rd, 2022. Convoy. More than trucks, lots of cars and trucks. Very impressive. Goes on forever.
Ok, je suis avant Toronto un matin, là. Je suis loin, là. Je suis avant tout le monde, là. Ça fait un fil pour aller se placer sur le viaduc. Yeah! Les truck stops sont bien pleins à rebord. Il y a du monde en sacrament. Hey, je suis d'avance, là. Le convoi arrive à North Bay à soir, en Haute-Ontario. Fait qu'ils ont de l'avance en sacrament. Il doit y avoir un convoi qui arrive de Windsor ou quoi aujourd'hui, là. ils les attendent parce que sacrément, il y a du monde ici. Moi, le troupeau de monde, c'est malade. Ils sont malades. Yes, sir, esti. Trucker, what do you think of that? I can't wait to be in Ottawa in 2 days. Need a what? I'm good, mate, but I'll be in Ottawa in 2 days. See you, brother. Fridge is full already.